computer and other e-tech costs, and it's operational. I'm wondering, well, it's kind of operational. No, it is. If the costs associated with the videotaping of those sessions that we had can be allocated to the COVID. Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor. We have allocated those costs. Continuity schedule. I can point that out for you, but we absolutely have. Services for vulnerable persons. Again, this is another item where COVID funding can be used. Oh,
thank you, Madam Mayor. Back to the computer and other electronic technology costs. Are we going to review who's working from home at this point in time? Like, we've got a lot of people working at home that obviously, you know, have their own offices in different locations in our municipality. You know, I'm just curious if we're going to look into that. We have people here at the, you know, down at City Hall that are here daily working from their offices, but we have people up at Public Works and other locations that choose to work from home, which, you know, that's great, but are we going to review that because we've incurred $40-something thousand in costs? You know, so going forward, I was just wondering if we'll review that, who's working from where and why and how, and is it safe for them to be in their office location? That's, thank you.
Graham?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Van Elfen, thank you for your question. And I would say absolutely we will review that. We do have a good idea now as to the why and how of people working from home. And in many cases, it comes down to personal issues as well. There could be in the household a family member with comorbidities, and they want to reduce those risks. But it still has to be functionally appropriate to meet the business need of the organization. It's not just about the individual. So there's a conversation that happens before we make that selection. As the vaccination proceeds and the widely available public vaccine is rolled out, those conversations are going to be revisited and obviously bring back to the greatest extent possible, as quickly as possible, staff into the regular office environment.
The next bullet point was service for vulnerable persons. As council will see on the summary on page 56 of the agenda, the district is looking at allocating funding from the COVID-19 grant to cover off some grant and aid payments to the Summerland Food Bank, who does provide services to those vulnerable persons, and that is an eligible cost that we are allowed to provide funding to not-for-profits who provide those services. So we have been looking where we can utilize those funds for that, and then of course other related costs. Next slide is basically provides a summary of the proposal that staff are bringing forward to council and utilize these funds, and again taken from the conversations we had back in November on using both the historical perspective and trying to recapture some of our costs and our revenue losses from 2020, but also looking at 2021 and into the future. So from the historical recapture approach side of things, and I'm going to now just basically summarize, or maybe go line to line from page 56 of the council report, which is the detailed continuity schedule. We are proposing to use $892,000 of the $2.7 million to fund 2020 costs and revenue losses. A breakdown of that is council did provide some COVID relief to the agricultural community on their rates, which came up to just over $115,000. So we are proposing to, again, recoup those costs from the COVID and bring the water utility to a whole.
Related to the agricultural community, were there any expenses incurred by the district with the temporary COVID housing, I guess, sheltering at our municipal campground, or was that all covered by the province?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That was 100% covered by the province. Additionally, council provided relief to not only the residential water utility customers, but the institutional and commercial and industrial water users as well. That provided 25% rate reduction in the months of July and August of last year. So we are proposing to use $178,470 of the COVID funding to, again, bring the water utility to a whole. We are proposing that, well, we've done some preliminary calculations. The year end isn't finished yet, so this number will most likely change. However, we are estimating that reductions in 2020 recreation revenue, and again, based on our original budget to what we think our actuals are going to be, that the district didn't collect about $336,000 of recreation revenues that we had originally planned on collecting and charging. So again, we're looking at utilizing the COVID funding to cover that off. Public engagement costs.
Councilor Marco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just wondering, are there people at the province that you can bounce questions off of, or can we use it this way, can we use it that way, sort of thing?
Yes, I've reached out to Jennifer Richardson numerous times now when asked. Well, as staff has kicked around ideas on how we can spend this money, and further as council has kind of provided us with some questions as to how we can spend it. So yes, absolutely there is.
Thanks.
Madam Mayor, this goes to your earlier question about the streaming and the taping and the Zoom and everything else. The district incurred about $3,200 worth of Zoom licensing and taping of public open houses and those types of things. So again, we're looking at utilizing the COVID funding to offset those costs. Remote work IT, the hardware that I spoke to earlier, the district has purchased, can't remember, not numerous, I think 20. Surfaces for remote working for our employees. So that's that $42,000 again we're recoup from COVID. And then at the aquatic center, they had to install a deck shower and some additional cleaning supplies and those types of things, $3,000. Increased cleaning costs throughout the district of about $12,500. Extra cleaning at our washrooms, all those types of things, all those types of costs. And then the last item that we're proposing, and again this number may change, is personnel costs. So we had instances where we had staff self-isolating and we had to call other staff out on overtime, all those types of additional costs. We had instances where the district didn't move forward with hiring summer students, so we had regular staff at a much higher rate doing that work. So we're looking, again, because of COVID and not hiring those summer students, we're looking at utilizing those funds to cover off the differential. So right now we're estimating that that'll be about $200,000. However, as we progress throughout our year-end work, that number will become more finalized. So again, looking at from a historical recapture perspective, we are looking at utilizing $892,000 of funding. Any questions on any of those items?
Councillor Holmes?
Yeah, thank you. So of all the office renovations that have occurred, can any of those be considered COVID related?
So far the office renovations that have occurred at District Hall were primarily the replacement of the carpet. So it's staff's belief that we can't utilize that funding for that. Some of the work that's being done right now in moving offices and those types of things, again, I don't see how they can be reflected to COVID per se, but
I might be remembering this wrong, Dave, but I think also the sliding doors maybe have been associated with COVID because it's a no-touch surface kind of sector, but you could correct me if I'm wrong on that recollection.
yeah, so we have, the district is budgeting to replace the main front door at City Hall. We budgeted, I believe, $35,000 to replace that. And again, that's specifically due to COVID and decreasing touch points and those types of things.
That's the outside door?
That's the outside door.
So what about the inside door that has already been replaced?
The inside door we replaced 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Really? It's been that long?
Yeah.
Shows you.
Yeah, so it would be really hard to go back 2 years, I think, and utilize those funds.
That's creative accounting.
Yeah, it would be very creative accounting.
Dave, and then when you get to the 2021 conversation, I see some items on there that we touch on the improvements as well. Yeah.
Councillor Barfoot, did you have a question?
Yep.
No. Councillor Trainer?
Dave, the remaining funds, I'm sure you're gonna get to those in a second, but, that needs to be spent by December 31st, is it? No? Okay. Why did I have that in my head?
So the regional districts,
Oh, that's why.
regional districts are required, and I don't know why, but they're required to have the money spent by December 31st, 2021. That timeline does not associate itself with municipalities. We've received the funding and we can spend it when and how, within the confines of how, but whenever we like. So we could hold on to that for 2 years,
Okay.
3 years.
That's weird that they put that in, but okay, thanks for
Yeah.
clarifying that.
Councillor Holmes?
Well, just to follow up on that, there will be a point where nothing will be eligible because they've expected us to do everything by then. And so is there any risk that the money that we do, that we won't be able to spend it, or it'll be no problem? Or somewhere in between?
Through the chair, I don't anticipate the district running into a problem with utilizing the funds.
Just one second. Councillor Barfoot, I'm going to come back to you. I just wanted to ask Karen, are we recording again?
Yes, we are.
Yes, okay, please remember to use your microphone. Councillor Barfoot and then Councillor Trainer.
Yeah, I guess my question is similar. I think it'd be hard to justify expenditures once COVID is over. So I have the same concern, but you say not a concern, so good.
I don't anticipate a concern also. Because like as we go through the presentation, like it's our thought that, you know, COVID, the remnants of COVID will still be here for at least two to 3 years. We don't anticipate our revenues bouncing back in certain areas till at least 2023, possibly 2024.
So on the revenue side, I think
On the
we
revenue
use it
side.
to make up, but the expenditure side might be different.
Correct.
2 quick questions. Did the province just transfer that lump sum to us? Yeah, they did, okay.
Yes,
And then, so you have to report back how it's all spent, like every penny of it? Okay, so even
Yes.
though we haven't spent 1.2, that goes into a holding pen, but as we spend that, you have to report out how that's been spent?
we are required to include a schedule in our audited financial statements, so probably at the very end, and basically outlining how we spent those funds in any given year.
Okay. Thank you.
Related to that, I'll just get back to you in a second. Related to that, will you be able to provide to council in your quarterly updates where we are in terms of the COVID spending? Did we start that spending? Will that be part of your?
Yes.
Okay.
I hadn't thought that far ahead, Madam Mayor. But yes, for certain items, definitely. For those, either those capital projects or those big numbers. Some of the smaller things like increased operational cleaning and those types of things, that would be something that we would probably do on an annual basis. However, yes, the larger items, absolutely.
Good, thank you. Councilor Barton.
I just wondered, and this is maybe speculation on my part, whether on the foregone revenue side of things, whether there was any loss of interest income from the whatever large amount of, what, $6-7 million that was delayed for several months with the tax collection. I know the rates are so low and all that, but I just wondered if there's an amount we could allocate there.
Through the chair, that's a great point. It comes down to doing the calculations and being able to substantiate those figures. But yeah, I don't see why we could not.
Councilor Carlson.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if, since we're talking about the COVID funding, if it's the right time to talk about Councilor Van Alphen's notice of motion from Monday. If I can ask that question now, or should be later. I will.
What's the process with that? Is the time or?
I mean, Dave may not even know, but the question is, can COVID funding go to pay off business licenses if we choose not to bill for business licenses in 2021?
Oh, it's a great question. Maybe if we could circle back to it, Madam Mayor, maybe near the end of the discussion today. It is a question that I did pose to the ministry once I heard about it. So hopefully between now and then, I do get a response. I do have my viewpoints and alternatives potentially. So maybe later on in the presentation when we get to more of a fulsome discussion.
So just another question then. We chose, when COVID first hit, we chose to reduce water rates by 25% certain times of the year for certain producers. I'm wondering if in 2021 budget, the council could make that kind of consideration determination in anticipation of it being another challenging spring or summer, and then also use COVID funding for that, or if it has to be something that happened before we knew that there was money to cover that, fill that hole.
So I'll go back to my earlier statement about when we look at the concept of covering reduced revenues, it takes into account what was originally budgeted for and what actually transpired. So when council adopted the financial plan, the 2020 financial plan back in February of 2020, the budget took into account full-blown, whatever it was, revenues for both the agricultural and the rest of the water utility rates. So at that point in time, subsequently, of course, council provided the 25% rate reduction. So looking at the COVID funding, from my perspective, it's easier to what's the word, reconcile, I guess, that original amount, and then looking at the actuals to say that we lost 300, or we didn't collect $280,000.
Right, so I understand that. So if we set the same, we've already set our rates, say they're the same, and we pass a budget leaving those rates high, in 2 months from now, can we look around and say, oh, this may not be a good summer, we're gonna have to cut rates again and use that money? Because I mean, it doesn't seem right, but it seems like you could, if that's the justification, you could go with it, because we amended our budget last year, and then we met the amended budget with our new numbers, and yet we're still using the original budget number. So I just wonder, let's put that out there for thinking.
Yeah, I think the premise on that one, Councillor Carlson, is that back in 2020, the district wasn't anticipating any relief at all.
Right.
So council was making decisions based without that knowledge. Now that we have this funding, to try to utilize the funding that way may not be in the spirit of what the funding is for.
And I agree with that. With that statement, I just think it's, I don't know, it's just something to think about.
Yeah.
Following up on that though, with what Councillor Carlson is suggesting, couldn't that be part of the forward thinking piece of this approach to the COVID restart spending?
The province has noted that the intention of the funding is to cover off operational decreases. And they've also noted that it's not supposed to be used to reduce either tax rate increases or fees.
Okay.
So that's where I'm having a internal struggle right now in trying to answer that question.
Yeah, but if it says you can't reduce fees, then I suppose that answers the question.
Yeah.
And we can't put it towards taxes, so that answers another question that I won't ask.
Yeah.
Specifically, they mentioned taxes, absolutely.
Councillor Barco and then Councillor Van Elton.
I was going to say that I thought Councillor Carlson had a very good point. I see that it is a bit of a gray area, but viewed in the historical perspective of these are our rates, for the last 10 years, and then for COVID, we reduced them. It certainly strengthens the argument that it's a COVID relief measure that we are doing for 2 years rather than just 1 year. I think it'd be well worth posing the question to your contact at the provincial government, and it's a bit of a philosophical decision, I guess, on how the funds are to be used.
I'm just making a note. I will pose the question.
I certainly see it as a bit of a gray area. Sometimes my life is in the gray areas. Taxpayers are very creative about gray areas.
It's like your hair.
Councillor Van Elton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, and thank you for the questions, Councillor Carlson. So it says we can't do X, but we've already done it with the agricultural water, residential water, commercial water. So we had a shortfall. We've topped it up with COVID. And now, I appreciate we're going to have the conversation about business license fees, but we could say, okay, you know what? We're going to rebate everybody, give them a rebate for 2020 for their business license fees, and then same as the water. Look, we had a shortfall, so we use COVID money, right? I'm just throwing it out there. We're using it in one area, but we say we can't use another, and I understand the predicament you're in. So definitely like to get some clarity on some of this stuff, but, it's, as our conversation yesterday, we can't, basically help, like individuals, it's supposed to be for operational, but theoretically we have. We've helped the agricultural community and our residential community, our commercial business. So I'll leave it at that and we'll have a further conversation, I guess, but just food for thought.
I guess it's the difference between taxes and fees and charges and rates or whatever.
Yeah, but business license is another
It's a
fee,
fee.
it's not a tax.
Councillor Patton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dave, if we were to, in regards to Councillor Carlson's, in regards to the rates, if we were to see going forward that there, if as we move forward and let's say the restrictions stayed the same, or where we find ourselves in a couple months, 3 months in the same situation we are today, could we then, as we did in 2020, come back and revisit and say, okay, now there is a hardship here based on COVID, and we can then use some COVID relief money? If we were in the same boat as we are today in the next, say, 2 to 3 months, because it's still we're moving through with COVID yet. And we're looking at relief for the citizens based on that COVID relief. So with that money, then could we revisit and say, okay, we can do this to recoup the revenue that we may have lost?
Through the chair, if I can hold off answering that question until I've asked the ministry, Madam Mayor. I don't want to say yes and then be wrong. So if I can.
No, that's fair. Thank you. No, don't want to put you in a situation. That's for sure.
Yeah, I would hate to say one thing and then be told the other and then have to try to explain myself. So I will fire off an email to Ms. Richardson at the break.
Okay. Do we have a break?
Sometime.
I would like to
we'll
have a break at 10:30, if we could do that.
Okay.
I'm not asking you to have that, send that off at 10:30. I'm just saying, you mentioned break and I need a break.
I can send it out if you'd like.
Hurry to break.
So I'll continue on with on the forward-thinking approach, Madam Mayor. So we are looking at we're proposing to use just over $309,000 of this funding to cover up operational costs in the 2021 budget, as well as $235,000 on the capital side. I'll quickly run through the items for the operations. The largest, of course, being we are estimating a reduction in our 2021 recreational revenues. So what we're using as our base is 2019, because that was the last year where COVID wasn't around. So where Lori, the Director of Recreation, has built her budget and taken into account where we're looking at approximately 70% of our 2019 revenues. That's what we're anticipating our revenues to be in 2021. So we've taken 249,000 of the funding to top that up, because that's, again, if COVID wasn't here, that's what we would have anticipated. Then there's again some public engagement costs that the district would incur, about $3,000 worth. Again, Zoom licensing, some open house streaming, those types of costs. Some miscellaneous operational increases, again, PPE, cleaning supplies, those types of things, in the amount of about $35,000. The Summerland Food Bank grant and aid payments, as we talked about earlier, one of the eligible expenses is to provide funding for vulnerable peoples. The food bank does that. They provide that service. They're a not-for-profit organization. And when council sees the grant and aid requests at the January 25th meeting, as in most instances, we are oversubscribed in the amount of funding that's been asked for and then what we have budgeted. So we are proposing to use this funding to provide a payment to the Summerland Food Bank to cover off their grant and aid requests this year.
And that's the 15,000?
14.5.
14,500. Councillor Holmes.
Well, this probably isn't in the spirit of the funding either, but. Microphone. Thank you. Knowing that this is an annual grant that we give them, could we give them 2 years worth of grants this year?
Absolutely. It's up to council's discretion what type of funding you give them and for how much.
With the understanding that they wouldn't apply next year. You know, so
Yes.
it might be worth considering. It's something we do every year.
Yep.
Councillor Barclay.
I was wondering, what if, say, the recreation estimate for revenues was wrong and it was 90% of 2019, and so we wind up with a $200,000 surplus? Is anybody going to come back at us about that? We have to find other uses for the funds.
We would only use the funding that we would only use the actual difference. So right now, this is what we're projecting and what we're budgeting for. But at the end of 2021, again, we would have to look at what our actuals were and what our budgets were, and then take that into account.
This is getting really complicated for you, isn't it?
It is administratively added some work onto our plate, absolutely.
You don't have to report it, you only have to report it on an annual basis anyways, right?
Correct, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
It does increase the amount of work that Renee will have to do during year-end time.
Councillor Carlson has a question.
So my question is, when did capital projects get to be part of this? Because I thought we were told it was only operational. So things like winterizing the Memorial Park bathroom we were told, no, you can't use that funding for that project. But we can use it to put new sliding doors at Municipal Hall. But we still don't have a public bathroom that's open in the wintertime downtown.
So the grant does speak to, we are allowed to use there's a very limited amount that we can spend on capital.
Yeah.
So
That's the next things on here, right? They're all capital things.
Yeah, IT is one of them.
Hand dryers in a bathroom, so why not bathrooms that are open all year?
Well, the hand dryers, again, we have to look at everything in the COVID lens.
Yeah,
So
of course.
hand dryers is decreasing your touch points.
Bathrooms are decreasing the need for someone to walk into a public business and use their toilet. I don't know, I just throw that one out there to contemplate, I think. If it would fit into the restart grant, I think we should talk about it.
Councillor Van Alphen.
I agree 100%. Like, you know, it's COVID is about sanitation. You know, it's better than using the bush or up against the wall. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to be disgustingly rude here, but I think having the washrooms open 12 months a year is an absolute necessity right now. Especially, you know, we have transients, we have people living out of their vehicles. The pool's closed.
Everybody's walking around, there's nothing else to do.
No, you know, and our rec center is closed, and you know they were able to accommodate, you know, transients in the past for showers and what have you, but that's not happening, and no one can just walk in and use the facilities. Like, you have to be scheduled to go into the rec facility. So having the washrooms open 12 months a year, I know it's not a shower, but it is, you know, able to wash up possibly and use the facility. I think is important. I think it's 100% COVID related, to be honest with you, because if I had a small business downtown, I'd prefer them using that washroom than my own business washroom, so to speak. So it might be something we can look into.
Yeah. There are businesses that have to sign up, not for public use, so. Councillor Buckle.
I think that's one that David would definitely have to get direction on, because I see that the justification as being weak, but possible.
I'll quickly speak to that again from a capital perspective. We've been informed that IT equipment, which is normally capital, is absolutely allowable. The additional operational costs of having that bathroom open 24/7 year-round, absolutely. Any electrical costs, the additional electrical costs, the cleaning costs, all those operational costs, absolutely would qualify. I don't think the capital cost of retrofitting that building would qualify. So the last components of this, and again, we will look at these in more detail next week when we sit down and look at the capital program, but $235,000 is being proposed to be allocated for 4 projects, primarily all IT related. There's some IT performance improvements for $75,000. Again, the new sliding doors at Municipal Hall that we touched on earlier. We're looking at, with some of the technical issues that have happened in council chambers over the last little while, and trying to get the public and everyone involved. We're looking at spending some money there, $50,000 to get the audio visual, everything in this room to a point where it works. And then looking at some School District 67 shared service replacements, moving away from the school district. Again, we'll definitely speak to those in more detail. So with all of those proposals in front of council, and again, things are coming up on a daily basis. Staff do feel, and I think that this conversation alone strengthens the fact that carrying an unallocated balance into 2021 is a sensible decision. Three rationale behind that. Of course, there's still much uncertainty on what 2021 will look like, as we've discussed. Public health orders have limited the types of activities that are allowed, which in turn limit the revenues that we can collect. We are estimating that the district will not be back to normal revenue collection until 2022 or 2023. So having this unallocated funding will help curb any additional COVID-19 related revenue losses in the next 2 years, and will provide us some stability in those areas that we need it. Number 2, district staff, as noted, we are still reviewing 2020 expenditures and are evaluating these against the province's criteria. So we feel that the amount of funding that could potentially be utilized to offset these expenses will increase over the next month as we finalize our 2020 year end. And thirdly, as we continue to maneuver through this pandemic, additional COVID-19 operational and capital items are and will continue to be identified that we feel will require funding. So with that, Madam Mayor, staff feel that carrying a unallocated balance into 2021 of about $1.28 billion is sensible.
Councillor Barco and then Councillor Daniel.
Well, you know, In 2021, you've only got $540,000 of COVID-related expenses here. And you hope or expect that there could be as many, more than twice as much, in the future. And it's hard to see, especially since a large part of these is, capital things, which are, I don't really see future capital items beyond what you thought of now. I'm concerned about this $1.2 million in finding COVID-related expenditures for it. It's a large amount compared to what we've already spent, which is the easy part.
Through the chair, yes, it does look like a large amount. And again, going back to some of my comments, 2021 or 2020 is a moving number, right? We're finding costs. I'm not going to say on a daily basis, but probably weekly that are being added to that. There's still a lot of calculations that need to be done in order to determine what that number actually is. That number could probably increase by $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 if we start taking into account all of the overtime, all of those little things that will add up to probably a big number.
If you think that it would be of that magnitude, then leave some.
And then another item is, we're in the midst of 2020 run right now, and things don't seem to be getting any better. Things are still closing. We're not sure where things are going. We could be at a stage where we may need to close down facilities again. I don't know. I hope not. I hope we never get to that stage, but we have to take that into account. And then decisions will need to be made in regards to all sorts of different things. Staffing, redistribution of staff maybe to other areas, and all of those things are attributed to COVID. So when we look at that 1.2 million, yes, it is a large number, but I think over the next 2 years, that number is going to be utilized.
Better be safe than sorry, I think, is the approach that you're suggesting. Graham, yeah, and then Councillor Bennell.
Thank you. Through your worship to council. I did want to also make council aware that we had a media request yesterday from Joe Fries of the Penticton Herald, who, at least based on his research, has indicated that for sure Oliver and Penticton do appear to be planning, based on their council decisions, to put away most of the money for future consideration. And so I wanted you to be aware that if that is ultimately the choice of council, it wouldn't be outside of what appears to be what others are doing as well, further to probably the context and advice Dave is providing. Thank you.
Councillor Van Alphen, then Trainer, and then back to you, Councillor Bellton.
That was my question exactly. Like our Director of Finance said, there's more things possibly to come on the table before this budget's finalized and expenses COVID related. I'm just hoping that we'll be able to be kept abreast of that, what those expenses are direct. So when the media does contact us, like, why are you spending COVID related money on computers or, these type of situations, that we know, because the media is definitely going to jump on it and say, well, how is that COVID related? So I just like to be kept abreast of that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Van Alphen. Councillor Trainer, and then back to you.
Yeah, I was just going to add to what Graham said. I saw that article yesterday about what Oliver's doing. So they're keeping back, they got 1.6 million and they're keeping back 1 million. And then Penticton got, I think, 4.7 and they're keeping back 2.4. So both those municipalities are stockpiling at least half of what they got for things that might come up this year. And in Penticton's case, they're putting together an advisory committee to decide how they should spend the rest of it I don't know if we need to do that, but I think it wouldn't be out of line if we're holding back a good portion of ours.
Councillor Barfoot?
I would say that the better to be safe than sorry position is to allocate as much of the funds as you can, as soon as you can. And because the revenues are going to be what they are. And the only risk here is for any funds to fall off the table. So from my point of view, there's absolutely no point in holding back funds and allocations.
I'll have Dave respond to that, and then to you, Councillor Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To speak to that comment, I guess, is that's kind of what we are doing. We are trying to, at least from a historical perspective, allocate as much of that funding to 2020 as we can. And again, we're in the early stages of our 2020 year end. So we, as mentioned earlier, we are finding items, let's say on a weekly basis, that we can attribute to COVID. So our thought and our intention, of course, is to utilize as much of that as we can into 2020, to try to make 2020 as whole as we can. But again, we also have to take into account that there are going to be unanticipated expenditures as we move forward, not only into 2021, but into 2022 as well. So having a portion of funding available to cover off those costs, we feel is prudent.
Councillor Holmes?
Yeah, I think we have to hold some back because we don't know if there's be a huge revenue drops. But I hear what Councillor Barfoot was saying. We had a presentation recently from the IT consultant giving telling us the sort of state of our IT and how we're not investing nearly as much into IT as we ought to be. And so I think certainly any IT upgrades that we need to do, we should be taking advantage of it now. This seems to be the golden opportunity to do that. I just wanted to ask a question in terms of the revenue shortfalls for last year. Was there, or maybe this year, I guess, I'm going to hold this. I'm going to hold that question off until we discuss more business.
So are we at the point where we're going on to solid waste and diversion?
If there are no further questions or comments in regards to that, Madam Mayor, we could move forward. That would probably be a good time for a break, if you wish.
That's what I would like, but Councillor Barfoot, did you have another
I
question?
was just showing you my watch.
Oh yes, I've been watching the time, thank you. Okay, break time. Oh.
That's okay.
Ready? So when we look at solid waste and diversion, the screen in front of council provides kind of an overview as to budgets and actuals over the last little while. In many jurisdictions, landfills they are treated like their own utility, but those users that utilize the service paying for that service. So as council can see from the above table, historically the landfill has run in a deficit position, requiring subsidization from property taxation. Staff believe that, like other jurisdictions, the landfill should be treated like a utility, with the goal of no longer requiring subsidization from property taxes. The next few slides will provide council with some alternatives on how the district can get to that point. However, prior to moving ahead, I wanted to highlight 3 items on this slide that council may be questioning. So number 1, in 2017, based on revised closure and post-closure cost estimates, as well as increased landfill capacity calculations, the landfill closure costs for the year actually came in at a negative number, negative $177,000. So that's why you see a small surplus in 2017 because of that adjustment. In 2019, landfill closure costs of $735,000 were booked. This was primarily driven by a decline in interest rates, which severely affected the net present value calculation and the subsequent journal entries. So again, that's a large component of why there was such a deficit in 2019. And thirdly, the proposed 2021 budget in front of council today, and as presented in the council agenda, includes a $4.10 per month increase to the monthly garbage rate effective March 1st, 2021. And the reason, of course, March 1st, 2021 is that the intention is to have the operational budget adopted by February. And that's when the rates bylaw would be adopted as well. Had this increase been effective on January 1st, 2021, then revenues would increase, which would then decrease the deficit in 2021 by $32,100. So the overall deficit then in 2021, had we billed for those 2 months on that rate, would have been $38,000.
Could I just ask a question? It's related to how that deficit fluctuates in some years quite considerably. I'm wondering if the diversion of organics, if that is related, because it's quite a bit lower this, at least projected for 2021 than say, other than last year, or the other years, the 3 years prior to that, or 4 years. Is that because diversion of the organics, so that they're not going into the landfill, but instead into our organics composting project, extends the life of the landfill? And if that's not the case, could you explain that to us, please?
Thank you, through the chair. So the reason, so the landfill, when we look at the landfill and when we're looking at the capacity, so the diversion, for instance, down there, when we're increasing diversion and moving things away from our landfill, that of course increases the capacity of the landfill. So when I had talked about 2017 actuals, that's where work was done in 2017, and part of the work that was done was the capacity of the landfill was reviewed and was increased because of diversion techniques that the district had implemented over the years. So that increase in capacity lowered the amount that we were required to transfer into our landfill liability reserve. So that's why in 2017 you see that kind of blip. Okay, when we're looking at 2021 itself, the revenue amount incorporates the $429,000 of additional revenues that we had touched on earlier in the presentation, and that we will delve into in much more detail in the next few slides. So that's why when we're looking at the the deficit in 2021 being only $70,000, that already takes into account almost $500,000 of additional revenues that we're anticipating. So that's why the deficit in 2021 is so much smaller than in previous years. Does that answer your question?
It does. I understand that, what you just said. I know that one of the reasons why we're doing this organics facility is because we need to come into compliance with, statutory environmental regulations. And I'm wondering if, that your answer does provide some clarity in terms of the extra almost $500,000. So that makes sense here. I guess my question goes a little bit beyond that if we are, and I know that we're required to do this, but I think it's a good thing. If we are diverting organics from the landfill, my thought would be that would extend the life of the landfill because there's less going into the capacity that we have for the landfill. Has any calculation been, or I guess I shouldn't ask that. So this deficit, I guess, is there any part of this deficit that is a reflection of the extended life of the landfill?
Thank you for the clarification, Madam Mayor. For 2021, no. The organics composting facility is currently underway and being built. And my understanding, it won't come into commission until the middle of 2022. So that diversion has not been incorporated into the 2021 budget because it hasn't happened yet.
Will it make a difference?
My guess is it will make some difference in the calculation. What that difference is extremely difficult to quantify at this point in time. But it will increase the capacity of the landfill, which then will adjust the calculation, the ARO or asset retirement obligation calculation that we are required by the public sector accounting handbook to book every year. So there will be an adjustment. Just without knowing all of the numbers, I can't say for sure what that's going to be.
Okay. And if I could ask just one other question before then, when you refer to the ARO, the asset, whatever it is, sorry, I can't even remember from 5 seconds ago. Is that the same thing as the landfill closure plan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, not the landfill closure plan. That's a plan that.
But the costs associated with landfill closure.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Graham, and then Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to augment what Dave is saying, and to come back to your point, absolutely, you're correct. Intuitively, the redirect, when that organics facility is up and running at full capacity, will and should extend the life of the landfill. The calculation, though, will have to be done at that time, given what we don't know, which is what other volumes we'll be seeing at that time with other forms of waste. So it could be that there's a redirect, but we see a higher than expected volume of other forms of waste, which might eat that up. But absolutely, there will need to be, for lack of a better term, a correction, as it were, in terms of the life expectancy of the landfill at that time.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson.
Yeah, so speaking of corrections, you can see by looking at this financial history where council and district staff realized that there's a lot of things that needed to be done differently and improved at the landfill. And we know that there's compliance issues that are being dealt with readily and that we are investing big money into right now. So I guess my question is, is this number of expenditures gonna keep going up every year for the next 5 years like it has in the last 5 years? Or are we gonna get to a point where we can stop raising cart rates by $5 a month or $4 a month every year? Because I don't think people are gonna really appreciate that for very much longer. So yeah, I guess my question is, are we gonna be spending $2.3 million again next year? I mean, in 2016, we spent less than $1.5 million, right? And there's a lot that's improved and changed since then. We've also, those projects will have to, they're there now. So do those big costs keep incurring next year and next year and next year?
Through the mayor to Councillor Carlson, I think it is fair to say that as the community grows, there will continue to be a draw upon the need for the landfill and the use of it, which of course is being reflected in the expenditure side, but also on the revenue side. So the other element to this, of course, is things like the tipping fees as people increase the use that down. We have seen, as you can see on this graph too, the increase in revenues over time, even outside of, you know, the door-to-door sort of collection.
But so just to clarify on that, council raised tipping rates dramatically in 2017 or 2018. We went through a whole review of the fees that we would charge, and so in order to balance off those expenditures, we did that already. So I guess I'm just wondering, are you just gonna keep going up? That's only 5 years to see going from 1.2 to 2 point, like $1 million in revenue over 5 years is pretty significant when we probably had, what, 2 or 3% growth in that time. So I just make sure that I know these guys love to talk about landfill and harp on this a whole bunch. Just trying to bring it back to the very basics of, that's a really significant change. So I think we need to take caution that we're not gonna be increasing it by 5 or whatever percent, 10, 20% every year.
If I may, Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Carlson, I do hear what you're saying. And part of, as I know Council is aware, what's happening here is also us getting to the level and capacity that we need to run the landfill to its, not only to a whole and good service level, but also to the environmental standard that is expected of us of the province. And so some of these costs in 2021, as we'll be hearing more about, do include things like additional staff capacities. But you're right in that we should start to see the benefits of investing in our capacity at the landfill, and arguably should start to see the costs associated with the landfill start to plateau over time.
So is there such thing as like a landfill forecast? 3 years, do we have a specific one for landfills, or is that something that takes extra? No. Thank you.
Councillor Holmes and then Councillor Barclay.
Just to follow up on that, I was wondering when our contract for collection was is up for renewal, and are we expecting major changes at that time?
Through the chair, I know it was a 7-year contract. Chris, can you speak to that, please? You know?
Yeah, you're right, Dave. It was a 7-year contract. I believe, I would have to check exact as well. I believe it's through to, I think it was in 2018 when we entered into that contract. So that would take us through to 2024, I believe. So yeah, at that time, with any contract renewal, there was obviously the potential for there to be an adjustment in those rates and potentially a larger than anticipated increase that you would see annual increases in a year per year through a contract. But those can't be anticipated at this time as what that level would be.
Adjusting the volume, sorry.
We can hear that.
My wake up call.
Should we go on to the next question then?
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Barton.
Yes, I share Councillor Carlson's concerns here. I mean, it's a 50% increase in expenditures in that area, and it's a tax increase. I certainly agree with the philosophy that the Director of Finance is espousing on. It should be looked at as a standalone utility and not subsidized by the general fund, which will contribute to some of the rate increases that we have to do, and then bringing us into conformity with Ministry of Environment standards. Accounts for some, but you know, it just seems like an awful lot, and each year that we approve increases, I'm kind of thinking, okay, well, we're done now. And then like, it was a 10% increase in collection fees last year. The contract, what we pay, you know, changes by a minimal amount, but you know, what we're charging in order to pay for landfill operation goes up another $5. I know I'm gonna hear about it. So I guess that's just a general point of concern. I was trying to match the revenue for the landfill. I get like a breakdown, specific breakdown of revenues for that total revenue number, 2.197, and the closest I could get was page 13, which also has a lot of other things about the end of it. It has all things that you would expect: scrap sales, compost, residential collection fees, and bottom bus fare recoveries. You sort of do a little bit of a reconciliation exercise on total revenues for the landfill. Where do we get all our funding from?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor Barkwell, on page 13, as you've noted in the agenda package, when we look at the top of the page, starting with scrap sales,
Yes.
that $2.197 million number takes into account everything. Takes into account everything in that public works charges column, except for the last 1, 2, 3 items. So everything from scrap sales down to appliance recoveries, that totals the $2,197,865.
Sort of a logical description.
Okay, Councillor Barkle?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know I sound like a broken record, and I want to reiterate also, I agree with Councillor Carlson and Councillor Barkle. Back on October 26th, our evening council meeting, when it was proposed to us that the curbside $1.40 rate was going to be going up to $4.10, I spoke of that I would not support that big of increase. When I take a look at what was brought forward to us, I would rather see a tipping fee for general waste than to go along the routes in which we're doing here, where every user of the landfill would then pay an additional. If we were looking at a dollar a ton or $1.50, so we went from $6.50 to $7.50 or $8. I would rather support that where every user than to do what we're doing here. And if I'm not mistaken, and I could be wrong, but when that was introduced to the $4 was when the presentation was given to us in regards to the grant that we were going to go for the organics, the additional grant that was being applied for. And so my concern is we raise it, our organics facility comes into play, and then all of a sudden, we need more money for the cart pickup because we're going with the little for the food waste, whatnot. And when it was asked, how are we going to do that? The plan wasn't even there. The plan wasn't there how they were going to pick up that organics. So to do an increase of $4, and then to me it's it's a cash grab is what it is at this point. And I'm sorry, but I can't, I won't be supporting this at all, because I don't think that this is the way that we need to go at this time. Thanks.
Oh, sorry, Dave, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just quickly speak to that. So in a couple slides, 2 or 3 slides, staff is presenting a few variations and different approaches that council could potentially look at, moving away from that $4.10 increase, Councillor. We definitely took into account what council had to say at the October 16th council meeting when the $4.10 increase was first proposed, and I will happily walk you through that. We feel that we have taken into account the conversations and the direction of council. So in a few slides, we'll definitely present that to you.
Excellent. Thanks, Dave.
Councillor Van Elsen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I'll be patient, wait for a few more slides, but in the meantime, if Chris is on the line, I did some research yesterday. I didn't get the numbers I wanted from Campbell Mountain, but Glenmore landfill, I'd like to know what the demolition fees are, and that's in regards to our whitewood. The contemplation of starting to charge for whitewood. So I'd like to know if Chris could come up with those numbers for us, the demo per metric ton, and then I'll wait patiently for your next slides.
So this slide in front of you, I will have Chris Johnson speak to this slide.
Thanks, Dave. So through your worship, council, this slide.
A little higher, Chris?
What's that? Sorry?
Can you speak a little bit louder?
Yeah. Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. Let me know if I get too quiet.
Okay.
So this slide was an attempt to outline to council all of the operational, capital, and work plan items that are on the books for 2021 in the proposed budget as they relate to the operational certificate at the landfill, as well as the 2 permits, the effluent permit and the compost permit, as well as the regulatory requirements with WorkSafe BC. So with that, all of these projects that are listed here under each of those, they represent obviously a major component of the capital is the organics, which also includes a number of these: the effluent permit operational plan, the effluent permit amendment, the septage receiving area repairs, the leachate management plan, the odor management plan, and the leachate management system. Those are all components that will be all dealt with and covered through the organics project as a whole. A lot of the remaining items are operational items that are included in our budget. So just to give council an idea, like the capital works for that organics project is just under $2 million. And then there's about $236,000 worth of operational expenses related to these items with regards to compliance. So it was just to give council an idea on how each of these operational projects or capital projects relate back to the permits and the regulatory requirements that we have at the landfill.
Sorry, I was just looking at an email that I had received from our manager of solid waste, trying to come up with an answer for Councillor Van Alpen. I think I'll let Chris speak to that. Anyway, So as council is aware, and as we've discussed throughout kind of this presentation so far today, the proposed 2021 budget includes additional landfill revenues of $429,265. The breakdown of that amount, as presented in the budget, is we're looking, council has discussed and approved when we were looking at the sewer utility, a $117,000 increase in the sewer sludge tipping fees. So that amount has been incorporated into this amount. When we originally calculated these budgets, there was the monthly curbside collection fee increase of $160,500. And there was also the thought of charging for both Whitewood and Greenwood $75,000 and $76,000 respectively. There are two asterisks on that page which I do want to bring forward. So right now, according to the information that was presented, Summerland is one of the only local landfills that does not charge a tipping fee for Whitewood. So we wanted to bring that to council's attention, as well as the second bullet point from the Greenwood tipping fee perspective. There are currently no landfills in the South Okanagan that charge kind of that without a minimum. So if we were to go down this road, we would be the first. One other kind of important note before we kind of get into the detail of some of these calculations and proposals is that, as we've noted, this budget does include the $429,000 of additional revenues from the landfill. Now, if this amount is changed and or decreased, so for instance, if council does not wish to move forward with one of these items or wants to change things, then the overall budget deficit will increase potentially. So that will mean that to balance the budget, we will need to do one of the following. We'll either need to increase the proposed tax rate, we'll need to increase another revenue stream somewhere, decrease operational expenses to offset, or use reserves or surplus to fund that. So those are the avenues that we would have in front of us.
Councillor Van Elton?
Thank you. Question through our Director of Finance. Excuse me. I didn't see it in here, and I may have just missed it, but our gravel royalties, where does that monies go? Is it into profit for the landfill, or is it going into just general revenue?
Through the chair, prior to my time with the district, council passed the bylaw to set up the asset management reserve. So there are specific items that are credited to that account annually. So gravel, the lease, so the gravel lease, the annual fee gets transferred directly into the asset management reserve. So do the gravel royalties. So any royalties that the district receives from gravel, we do record them as revenue. However, they're transferred directly through to the asset management reserve. So there's no, they don't offset any of the revenues or expenses of the budget.
So that's possibly a discussion we could have. How much money would that be per year, ballpark?
Slide 14, or page 14.
So on page 14 of the council agenda, the gravel royalties are being budgeted for 2021 of $50,000. Historically, they have fluctuated. I guess it based on what's being pulled out of there. In 2018, it was $47,000. 2019 was $130,000, and we're estimating 2020 to be about $63,500. So it fluctuates.
So it is something we could have a discussion on at a council level to reallocate those funds to where they belong into the landfill revenue. Because that's where the gravel's coming from. And that's what's, the whole concept with the additional scale is to speed up Cantex's turnaround time. So it's just a thought, and I got more, I'm waiting for answers on the demolition fees from Penticton, and I have Kelowna's here, and I'd like to know what ours is.
Question from Councillor Carlson.
I'm just wondering if, in our asset management plan, the landfill is considered an asset that we have to manage. I assume it is, and that all of these improvements we're making would fall under improvements to our assets and infrastructure.
Through the chair, yes, the assets that are being built and maintained up at the landfill definitely are part of the asset management strategy, and they are incorporated into our plans.
Thank you.
Could you tell us with the the Whitewood and Greenwood, those are new suggestions for tipping fees. What's the current sewer sludge tipping fee? And secondly, I'm assuming we don't charge us, oh, maybe we do charge ourselves. We charge, yes, of course. Can you tell me what increase that is?
Substantial. Currently, I don't know what the per ton rate is, Madam Mayor. I believe it's $65. But when we're looking at that $117,000, when we presented that to council, it was based on the premise that one of the main reasons that the district does composting is to utilize and get rid of our sewer sludge. That's primarily the only reason that we do it. So when we were looking at the budget, the compost budgeting figures, they came in at about $117,000, $120,000 annually to compost. So the decision of council was to basically offset the composting operations from the sludge from the sewer utility.
Okay, so a question related to that answer. The organic composting facility will not be, it will include both non-sewer sludge, biosolids, and, for agricultural use, ideally, and the biosolid composting, correct? That was my understanding.
I can't answer that question.
Yeah.
Chris?
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, so Your Worship, yeah, the organics facility that's under design and construction this year, we will have a biosolid stream as we currently do, and we will have a non-biosolid stream which will be using the food scraps from the residential waste that will be separated out and composted.
Good, I'm glad to hear that. It's important for agriculture. So I guess my next question then is, the $117,000, which you said was a substantial increase, is that, and it's based on the organic composting, is it just the organic composting portion that actually includes the biosolids, or is it a general calculation for the whole facility? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Madam Mayor. But what I can answer is that 107. That's an internal charge. That's what we charge ourselves. So the district charges the sewer fund $117,000 for sludge removal. So it's an internal charge. It's not a charge that is on the taxpayer. It's strictly internal.
Okay, then, so that tipping fee, that doesn't apply, or the increase in the tipping fee, or I guess any tipping fee, that doesn't apply to, sewer, well, not sewer sludge, but I guess biosolids, like septic, I guess. Septic sludge, it doesn't apply to that? There's a different rate for that?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, and I may not have explained it accurately, but that is specifically an internal charge that we charge ourselves.
Thank you.
And Dave, if I may, so that amount is $35 a metric ton that we currently charge our wastewater treatment plant for those biosolids. And I think that works out to about $30,000 a year.
Oh, yes, so that is substantial. Okay, thank you. And Councillor Barco, I think you were next, and then Councillor King.
The Cantex is now contributing towards the scale operation. Is that reflected in the revenue column here on page 13?
Indirectly, sorry, through the chair. Yes, indirectly it is. I think a better representation of that would be on page. Where? Oh, it's a net number. So what's presented in your package is a net number, so bear with me, Councillor. We have taken into account the payment from Cantex for a portion of the operator. I will just tell you what that number is. Here it is. It's $38,330.
And that's used actually to reduce one of the contracted services amounts, or what?
Yeah, so we saw a net increase in our landfill scale operation costs. So the net increase was just over $3,000 when we compare it to prior years. That takes into account the $38,000 that we're receiving from Cantex. So in theory, our landfill scale operation costs over the previous year increased by $41,970.
Yeah.
However, we're offsetting that with the $38,000 that we're receiving from Cantex because it's directly related to the landfill scale operations.
I knew about that.
Yeah.
I knew about it.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, we've definitely taken it into account.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got a good question on presentation. The other question, if I could, I think I'd rather have seen it in the revenue and then the expenditure, but get a fuller picture. Summerland is the only local landfill that does not charge a tipping fee for whitewood. So we're going to start charging, and that will include a minimum. If I came with one stick, I'd still pay a $7 minimum or something, and that's not going to be.
Chris, can you answer the minimum question, please?
I believe this was just a $65 a metric ton charge. There was no minimum that would be associated with that, but I would need to confirm.
So then on the green, which is trees and
Brush.
but yard waste like lawn clippings and prunings and stuff will still be free.
That's all considered green wood or green waste.
Oh, okay. So currently that's free to bring your lawn waste and green woods up, and then you're going to charge would like to charge $25 a metric ton, and still have a minimum, or without a minimum. Like, what is this? What's the point of that though? Summerland is that there's no landfills in the South Okanagan that charge without a minimum. So we would have a minimum. Is that right? suggesting?
No, so what that's suggesting is that they have a minimum that's free. So under 500 kilograms is free, as ours currently is right now as well.
Oh, so that's,
And so our current charge is $45 a metric ton if you're over 500 kilograms.
yes.
So there is a charge if you're over. But this would be looking at getting rid of that minimum that's free, but implementing a $25 per metric ton across the board, whether you brought up 100 kilograms or a metric ton or more.
So it's just a change in philosophy in a way. And the rate increases, it's gonna, if you estimate it's going to increase revenues.
So Councillor Carlson, and then, just a second, and then Councillor Van Alphen, and then Councillor Holmes.
I'm just wondering, I know this came up when the fire chief was in the room last time. Has he had any more to say on charging for every bit of green wood that goes into the landfill? Because as we know, people will just start burning it. So I'm just wondering if Mr. Noble has had his input into this.
Through the chair to Councillor Carlson, yeah, I have concerns with the Greenwood proposal. It's likely we'll see just a lot more people backyard burning that don't now, and also concerns with illegal dumping that will now take place, especially in the western areas of the community. That's just my opinion. I mean, there's no evidence of that at this point, but I fear that's where we would go.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Alphen, and yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And that was my question also through our fire chief. Even Whitewood, if we start charging for Whitewood tipping fees, you know, I see a lot of the Greenwood dumped out the end of the valley, out Trappers, out all over different areas of our community today. I'm afraid it's going to increase. Why I asked the question, I'd like to get some numbers from our neighboring landfills. You know, Glenmore in Kelowna charges $110 for demo waste. If we start charging $65 per metric ton for white wood today, most of our contractors are being environmentally cautious. They'll try to take the white wood out of their demolition waste, bring it up because it's free. If I was a contractor and I have to pay for white wood, I would just take the excavator and it's all going to get crunched together, thrown in a truck and hauled to the landfill because I got to pay for the white wood anyway, so why bother trying to separate it? So we're supposed to be environmentally friendly, and the contractors are doing so, most of them, by separating out the white wood. So what's the point of separating it out today? You know, if they're going to be charged for it anyways. So they might as well throw it all in the same truck, take it in as demo waste. You know, see, and that's where I'm trying to get the comparisons. Glenmore's at 110. I don't know what they charge for whitewood. I don't know what Campbell Mountain's charging. If we're going to be the highest in demo waste and then charge whitewood on top of it, you know where it's all going to end up anyways. It's going to end up in demo waste. And we're not, you know, really recycling any of this. And right today, yes, we are recycling it. It gets chipped up, used in our compost. And last year there was B trains at the landfill, and the chipper was dumping directly into these B trains. And I don't know if we created revenue. These trucks were leaving, going somewhere, and somewhere they were using it as hog fuel for creating heat or whatever they were doing with it. So, you know, that's my concern, and I don't have those numbers. And I think we really need the comparisons of what everybody else is doing, because I don't want to be charging the highest in demo fees plus, You know, and it goes back to Councillor Patton's thing on the tipping, or on the CART program. You know, I asked the question here a little while ago at the council table, and we never got an answer because no one seems to know yet. But once the organic program starts, we don't know what that cost is going to be. I asked the question, is it going to be mandatory? Because we live in such a large agricultural community, I have no need for an organics program because I compost everything myself. And then there was also the question, and I guess that's down the road, will we even have enough organics to make this facility even function? You know, so there's all these questions that I don't have answers for today. So I'm having difficulties with this and saying, you know, let's charge this and let's charge that until we know what our neighbors are doing. And again, you know, with the Greenwood tipping fees, if we're the only ones, then we're contributing to landfill shopping. So if you got somebody here, a landscaper, for instance, that collects a lot of this green wood and yard waste material, maybe he's better off going to Campbell Mountain to dump, you know, if he can get away with it. So are we being responsible as a community? I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. There's already a lot of landfill shopping in the valley, and so I think those comparisons are important. I'm also having a little trouble understanding the double asterisk under Greenwood. So that means that there are currently no landfills in the South Oakland that doesn't allow a certain percentage for free of Greenwood.
Everybody allows free.
Everybody allows free, and so what we're saying here is we'd be the first that wouldn't allow a certain amount that's free. Is that what that means?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So I probably asked this question back in October, if I remember. So if you bring so if somebody has a pickup truck of leaves they're bringing, it would cost them $25 to dump those leaves.
My understanding, so right now, the way the bylaw is written, if they came in with a truck full of leaves and they were under 500 kilograms, there would be no charge. The premise on the board right now is that if you now came in with a truck full of leaves and those leaves weighed 1 metric ton, which they probably wouldn't, but for argument's sake, say they were, there would be a $25 charge.
45 currently, Dave.
It's currently 45 over 500 kilograms.
Yeah.
But
But
if they weigh 400, then you still pay 25, no?
Chris?
No, that's per metric ton. So we're saying 25 per metric ton is the proposed fee. So if they came in with 100 kilograms, they would pay $2.50.
Oh, okay.
And just to give some, so one item that came up that I was hoping to jump in on was the yard waste. Currently in the South Okanagan, there's no other landfill that doesn't have the under 500 kilograms is free. So that's Campbell Mountain. But Kelowna charges $40 per metric ton for their yard waste with a $5 minimum charge. So whether you came in, if you came in with 100 kilograms, you would pay the $5 minimum. If you came in with 200 in Kelowna, you would pay $8.
So we're not proposing a minimum charge. So if you come in with 1 leaf, you pay a dime.
Yeah. Exactly, because the average loads that we do see for yard and green waste is around 100 to 150 kilograms. So they would pay, but around $2 or $2.50 or $3 for that load. And we didn't, that's where implementing a $5 minimum on that would be a concern.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To Council, I just also wanted to reflect, and perhaps Chris could enhance this if there's more to say. There's also evidence in our discussions with staff at the landfill that some people have used the minimum, and seeing the same person 10 times in the same day under the minimum So to live up to the spirit and intent of that, you know, is part of the reason why we would be wanting to charge without the minimum. And I don't know if that captures it correctly, Chris.
Yes, exactly. We're seeing them multiple times just to fit under that 500 kilogram free rate.
Before I go on to you, Councilor Bartle, I just have a question of Karen. A minute ago, Chris said that he wanted to jump in and add some more information and, you know, to come at a date. Is there a way that Chris can communicate with you that he wants to speak?
Yes, Chris, you could just text me and I can interrupt.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. Councilor Bartle and then Councilor Pat.
Is the, under the current bylaw, I believe that farmers can bring the greenwood in without charge. Is that, there's no proposal here to start charging farmers, is there?
No, so that's deemed agricultural waste. And no, this isn't including agricultural waste.
And the second question for Director of Finance, are there any other specific accounts here in landfill or other accounts that are netted, like the sale, the
No.
Just for clarification, Chris, is there no charge for agricultural waste? Is that what you're saying?
That's currently what we have in our bylaw, yeah.
Councilor Van Elton. Sorry, Councilor Patton, he just needs to respond to this particular.
So, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm a bona fide farmer and I want to cut down 12 willow trees on my property. I bring that for free?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay.
But I'll need to, like, that's one item we can clarify and bring back.
I always thought of like irrigation pipe and plastic.
That's, yeah, and that's again, I would have to clarify that for you.
Thank you, Chris.
I do have a few answers on some of the whitewood costs in the other landfills in the area, if that's of interest.
Yeah, yes, please.
So Campbell Mountain currently charges $60 a metric ton on their whitewood, and that has a $5 minimum. And their construction demo or their general refuse is $100 a metric ton. Kelowna only charges $10 a metric ton on their whitewood, but $100 on their general. And the reason for that is they do separate it very thoroughly, and they utilize the wood chips from that clean white wood for other purposes. And then in the region, in the RDNO, they charge $10 for clean white wood and $31 for dirty white wood per metric with a $6 minimum. And their general refuse is $105 per metric ton. So currently we're proposing in the is a $65 per metric ton for the whitewood, and our general waste is currently at $110 per metric ton.
Chris, can you clarify? So 110 for general. What's demo waste?
That's the same for separated demo.
Okay.
When we have mixed demo, that has a significant higher charge. That's currently $500 a metric ton.
And okay, so if that's 500 a metric ton, what's Kelowna's?
For the
that's the numbers I'm looking for in the mixed demo waste.
Right. So Campbell Mountain mixed demo is 500 a metric ton. And that's of their assessed demo, so that would have some sort of an assessment on what's coming in from an existing structure. Their new construction mixed waste is 700 a metric ton. In Kelowna, I'm just looking here. Yeah, sorry, in Kelowna I don't have the mixed.
Okay, thank you.
Their asbestos containing materials are charged at $250 a metric ton. they have a separate charge for gypsum board, and then just the general waste charge of $100 per ton.
Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Carlson, did you have something to add to the ag waste?
Just that in the bylaw we have for the agricultural waste, if you are a farmer and you're taking wood waste to the dump, you're supposed to get district permission, or you're supposed to, I don't know who you're supposed to phone to get authorization for that to be free, but I know that all the times that we've ever taken wood, they charge us unless we fight for it to be free or ask. I guess, I don't know if it works or who you talk to, but there's someone that gives permission. Maybe it's Dave.
It's not Dave.
Okay, Councillor Pat.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If we can talk about Greenwood again. So as Chris has indicated, our citizens on our grain cart program, they get twice picked up, whether it be grass or whatever is in their green cart bi-weekly. We had talked previously that that we would we talked about doing bulk spring yard cleanup materials in the spring and fall, and it cost, I think it was $4,500 a time, give or take, $4,500. And we chose not to do that because of our citizens could go to the landfill and with their yard waste and dump it. So for free. So now what we're saying to them is, okay, you can fill up your green waste at the curb and get it picked up every 2 weeks. And if you want to take some more to the landfill, you're going to be paying again. And I think that if we look at this, then I think we have to consider some alternatives for our citizens in regards to spring and bulk pickups. If that is something that we want to look at, I'm not in favor of that, but I think that we have to do something. We just can't double charge because we can. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I just want to ask a question of Chris, and then we'll go on to you, Councillor Barfoot. It's related to the, I guess, curb pick-up once we have the organics facility up and running. Are the organics going to be in a separate cart, or will they be added to our yard waste cart?
They would be added to the yard waste cart, okay. Your Worship.
That's what I thought. Councillor Barfoot and then Councillor Bennell.
Yeah, so then we got to have the expense of year-round yard waste pickup, right? Because right now it suspends in the winter. And I would add my voice to Councillor Thomas. All these huge increases in their charges, it's a very minimal increase to have twice a year yard waste pickup like Penticton has. The people just don't want to keep all of their, because the spring cleanup and fall cleanup, you have a ton of leaves, they don't all fit in the cart. You don't want to keep them around for a month and put in a little bit each time they're picked up. That's one thing, a complaint, I guess, that people speak to me about anything, it's about not having yard waste. I work in an office, and there's 40 people on the floor, and half are from Summerland, and they're all hitting me with yard waste. I think it's something the community, we used to have, and I think it's something the community desires. That's my pitch.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Back to your question and Chris's response to that question. So the organics program, the waste will go in that specific cart. I don't have one. I don't want one. I've got a garbage cart and I've got a recycling cart. I don't have a yard waste cart because I recycle my own. So then I'm opted out of the program and I don't have to pay. Like, because there's a lot of people that don't have that yard waste cart. Because either I compost it or I burn it in the fall or in the spring when Mr. Noble says I'm allowed to. So.
with the permit.
With a permit, correct. Thank you, Matt.
If I may jump in for a second.
Yes, please go ahead.
So that is one item that we are looking to work out when we look at the separation of food scraps, is that there are some users or some customers who currently do not have a green cart. They've asked that like it's still, I guess it's still part of the curbside collection monthly fee and part of our contract. But some have chose not to have them on their property because they said they would never use them. Those properties are going to have to be revisited for the food scraps because that's the method that we're going to be utilizing to collect the food scraps is through the green waste bins and see if those who may not use it for yard waste but would be using it for their food waste.
Councillor Patton.
Thank you. Excuse me, Chris, can you tell me, so let's say Councillor Van Alphen has chose not to have a green bin. Is he still charged for that green bin?
Currently, it's included in the monthly curbside collection charge.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I can see you. I'm just kind of absorbing that. Councillor Carlson.
I just want to put out there to those, I guess most of us have been here a long time, but when I was in high school, we didn't even have curbside garbage pickup in Summerland. And I graduated in 06, right? I mean, it's not that long since this has been a thing, so there's still people who live in this community that probably just drive to the dump every month to take their garbage out, because that's what they're so used to doing. And so this is a bit of a, it's still a challenge for some people to get their minds around this, and the thing that Councillor Van Alphen's talking about with yard waste, I know there's a lot of people that when they got their yard waste bins, they return them because they don't need them. So it's just something that those of us who may not know that, now you know.
If I may, Madam Mayor. In regards to Councillor Carlson, you're absolutely correct. But do those people still realize that even though they turned in their green card, the monthly charge
That they're paying for
that
it?
they're still paying for it?
And hopefully they were told.
So it's, anyway.
Councillor Holmes.
Yes, but there's lots of things in this community that people pay for and they don't use. That's what
Absolutely.
being a community is all about.
Absolutely.
If I could just give a little reminder, and I've written it out. Not only in this discussion, but I think in the general discussion, we all need to be mindful that waste is a fact of life. And as you know, we all eat, we all poop. We all like to have beautiful properties and expect that of our community. And our community it continues to grow as we welcome new people in here. And so, as we heard very early in the conversation about the revenue versus expenses, you know, that's a fact of life. And if we stop, and this would never happen, but if we stop developing and stop welcoming people into Summerland, then that will even out, because as people don't come here and as people leave here for somewhere else, maybe, well, somewhere else, then yes, the waste will go down, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the costs will go down. So I think we just need to remember that. And I understand exactly what you're saying. I agree with you, this $4.10 or whatever it is for the increase on the cart. It's a little bit hard to swallow, but we need to, you know, keep that in mind. Councillor Barkle.
Maybe we're talking about, maybe we've talked enough about the charges and the revenues, and the only way we can deal with these increases is to look at the expenditure side of things here.
That's the other side of the equation. Thanks for that reminder. Okay. what's the next? Oh, no, there's a couple more slides. Are you ready for the next slide then? Council, we're ready for the next slide? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think great conversation, and hopefully these next two slides will maybe bring some of this into maybe into a little bit more context, and can then provide some further discussion. But these next couple slides is basically taking the comments that council put forward at the October 28th council meeting, specifically in regards to trying to lower that $4.10 monthly increase. So taking that into account, and some of council's comments at looking at possibly increasing tipping fees at 5% here and there. So we've definitely taken your comments into account and tried to bring forward a revised revenue projection or a revenue plan to take all that into account and just kind of show you where things fall from that. So I'll walk you through it, and I think this will definitely bring some good discussion. So number one, again, this budget proposes an increase in revenues of $429,000. So to try to make that up, we've got a bunch of taking out the $4.10 increase. So let's not dwell on that right now. So how do we make that up so that we don't need to either increase taxes, reduce costs, any of that other stuff? So the proposal right now is that, of course, number one, we've discussed the sewer sludge tipping fees. That's an internal charge to ourselves on the sewer side. So we're reducing now that increase of $429 by the $117. Number two, when we look at curbside collection, there are two components of that have annual increases that, from staff's perspective, need to be recaptured through a increase in that curbside collection fee. That's the annual fee that we pay to actually have curbside collected from Waste Connections, as well as the increase in the landfill scale house attendant fees. So when we look at those two increases alone in 2021, the increase to those two contracts is $26,367. The garbage collection increase, which is Waste Connections, is $22,700, and the scale house operations $3,640. And again, going back to previous conversations, that is a net amount because we're netting that with the monies we're receiving from Cantex for that second scale house person. So those two amounts equate to the $26,000, and it's staff's belief that those fees should be recovered through the curbside collection rate. So to do that, we would require a 67-cent per month increase to the curbside collection fee if it was effective March 1st. So 67 cents. Now, again, as council is aware, we do provide a discount of 10%. So that would actually be if someone paid their bill on time every month, really the net cost to them would be 61 cents, not the 67 cents. Okay?
Excuse me, David?
Yes, sir.
Is that effective March 2021?
Yes, apparently I don't know the year.
Okay, thank you.
My apologies for that. March 1st, 2021. So another proposal, seeing as the district is one of the only municipalities in the South Okanagan that does not charge for whitewood tipping, the proposal number 3 is to charge $65 per metric ton. Based on the data that we have, that would generate $75,150 of revenue in tipping fee revenue. Number 4, council did ask for 5% kind of rate increases on some of our bigger revenue streams. What would that look like? So if the district was to increase general refuse from the 110 metric ton right now by 5%, that of course would be the 115.50. That would generate an additional $13,000 in tipping fee revenues. If we increased mixed demo, that would increase our revenues by about $19,500. And there's also the proposal to increase the multifamily collection increase from the $5 to the $5.28. That's a 5% increase. Again, effective March 1st, 2021, not 2020 as on your screen, and that would generate $2,500. So with all of those being said and done, if council was to move forward with what you see on the screen, there's still an additional $175,700 that's required to offset the increase, the additional revenues that is required.
And that's about 2%?
98, 170, yes, just over 2. So the proposal right now from staff is to make that up. Is there a question?
Yes, Councilor Carlson.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'll wait. You go continue. Carry on. Okay.
So the proposal right now from staff is number 5 and 6. To charge for green waste, $25 a metric ton. That would generate $76,600. And so the double asterisk there is if council was against this and didn't want to charge for green waste, that does equate to $1.96 per month increase in the curbside fee. So if you decided that, you know what, we don't want to charge for green waste, and you wanted to make up that difference through the landfill, it would equate to that $1.96 increase.
On top of the 4.
On top, no, we're not. The 410 is gone right now.
Okay.
Yeah. On top of the 67 cents
Yes.
for the contract.
Councilor Carlson has your question.
Okay, thank you. So when I look at what it is, the other option than finding more money is to ask these 2 questions. In 2021, in the budget for expenditures, we have a $98,000 job for an environmental services engineering technician, and I'm wondering if this is when we talk about that job, and we also talk about the $65,000 contracted services for an education and marketing consultant. Is this the right time? Because those 2 things together is that $175,000. So I just wonder if you might give us some insight into what those are and why we need them in 2021.
I think to provide insight, I would defer to my colleague, Mr. Johnson, who can probably speak to those 2 items much better than I can. But I would think that maybe if I can just go through, just finish this slide, and then Chris can kind of jump in just so I can kind of finish this part of the presentation.
Thank you.
So if council was to charge for green waste, then that would leave us at a revenue shortfall of the $99,000. So charging that through the monthly curbside collection would be $2.53. Again, effective March 1st, 2021. So all of those 6 proposals make up the $429,000 revenue amount that we've built into this proposed budget. So outside of the $4.10 that we originally back in October kind of floated to council. We've now taken that, again, based on your comments, and tried to provide alternatives that are on 1 through 6 here on how that can be net. So yes, now I think that basically summarizes that, and I think it's now there's varying ways council can go about looking at that 429,000 revenue increases, decreases in expenditures, reserve transfers, those types of things. So I think that would probably be a good time, Chris, if you wanted to then speak to Councillor Carlson's 2 comments.
Thanks, Dave. So just to clarify, that was with regards to the engineering technician position, and what was the second one that you mentioned?
Also a contract for an education and marketing consultant. So there's the 2, and that one's 65,000. They're the 2 largest numbers. So I thought I'd pull those ones first.
Okay, correct. Okay. So the engine.
I don't know what page it is. It's not numbered on mine.
It's page 8 of council's agenda.
Thank you.
So the engineering tech position is a support position to the manager of environmental services. So with everything that falls under the manager's jurisdiction, so looking after the compliance of the landfill, the effluent ponds, the compost facility, and the health and safety that's required at the landfill. Administering the curbside collection contract and the cart management, the switch outs, the complaints that are around that. The landfill scale administration contract and the shared services contract for that scale operation that has been negotiated with Cantex. The Recycle BC programs and the recycling depot and the signage and education and contamination checks that go along with that, as well as the household hazardous waste and the extended producer responsibility and project stewardship programs for the items such as the steel and the batteries and the electronic wastes. Then with the composting, you also have the wood grinding contract that's required a couple times throughout the year. And then just the ongoing customer inquiries, questions, complaints, communication, education, and marketing that goes along with that. So with all those responsibilities and trying to bring the landfill into compliance on the projects and the other work items that were noted on the one slide earlier, there has been a need identified for some additional resources to assist the manager in completing those. So that is where this engineering tech position would fall. And so they would a big item that they would be supporting if the manager continued to look after the organics facility design and construction and all of the associated projects with that in 2021. A big component of the engineering tech would be the landfill design and operation closure plan that's required for compliance, as well as some of the additional life cycle study reports. And there's some illegal dumping and cleanup area that was identified as a small capital project around the landfill. And then assisting with all the WorkSafe BC with the health and safety operational procedures, WorkSafe procedures, and purchase of equipment that's required to bring up the level of safety at the landfill. So those are some of the items that this person would help fulfill. So without that, the scope of what the manager is able to complete in 2021 will be focusing on the organics and those associated projects. Obviously, all the annual reporting that's required. And to be honest, there will not be much beyond that would be accomplished based on the workload that those projects entail. So, and then the educational component. So that is, we're applying for a 2/3 funding grant. So that's the second portion of the organics grant program that we were successful in the first part for the design and construction of the facility. The second part that we're applying for now is the education and rollout. So that's all the public engagement that's required in 2021 before we actually implement that separation of food waste, as well as all the educational materials that are going to roll out of that so that the curbside users know exactly what is allowed and not allowed in that. And we're hoping to maximize and sort of capitalize on this person if we were successful in this grant to create some educational materials for our entire program and not just the food scrap removal.
Thank
So
you.
so I believe that shows up as a $65,000 charge in the operational budget, but I believe there is a potential offsetting grant that would be 2/3 of that if we obtain that.
If I can just speak to that, the budget right now, because the grant, we don't know if we're going to get it or not, and the fact that the cost is something that the manager of environmental services has said that we need to move forward anyway. We have not recognized any grant revenue in regards to this because we just don't know if we're going to get any or not. So if we do receive grant funding, then that would be I guess a bonus for the district. But right now, the budget in front of you does not take into account any grant revenues associated with that application because we just don't know. And if we put it in and then unfortunately we're unsuccessful, then we would need to find an additional 2/3 of $65,000 to balance ourselves.
I just have a follow-up then. In regards to the environmental services engineering technician, if, as I understand, the intention is to help out the manager for 2021 while the composting organic site is being built, what happens to that position in 2022? Is that a job that person continues to do, or is that a job that Canvas then continues to do, and that person in an engineering technician capacity does a different engineering capacity job in Summerland? Or is that a two-person job, or is this a two-person landfill for the rest of the time?
Yeah, so I thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Carlson. We believe that this would be there is a necessity for 2 full-time staff ongoing. Once these capital projects that are on the books for 2021 are complete, there are others that are then following in 2022 to 2025. Whether you look at the closure of the old landfill cell that's required to be completed under our operational certificate, and then as you move forward, looking at the expansion of the next cell that's going to be utilized for our waste, and then the ongoing data collection, annual plans, and just updating of these as we move forward. We see that at least for the definite short term, whether you look at that as 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years, it being a 2 full-time staff role.
Thank you.
Councillor Barco?
I recognize that there's going to be an education component here for when we go with organics on people, things that they shouldn't put in there, encouraging them to put kitchen waste in, which I imagine would be everything, things on our website, things in our newsletter, flyers that we send to households, maybe tags on their garbage cans, but $65,000 just seems like way too much for me to swallow. If it's covered 2/3 by grant, I can live with it. Is there a way we could scale the program back if we didn't get the grant?
Chris?
Yeah, I think that's definitely an option, and something we would consider if we were unsuccessful in that grant. Like I said, we were looking to utilize that individual or that grant to try to maximize and get some proper educational materials together for the entire curbside collection. But if we were unsuccessful, it could definitely be scaled down.
Councillor Holmes.
Yes, seeing as the other landfills in the south of Okanagan are going through the exact same process, is there an opportunity to work with the RUS to share that kind of promotional material, do this together with them for savings on both sides.
Yeah, so your worship, through to Councillor Holmes, we are working with them, and all of the landfill and the other curbside collection communities, we are, I believe the RDOS and others have submitted similar grant requests for the educational material that's going to be around the food waste removal from their streams, because it's an initiative that not just the district is looking at. And so we are looking to work with them to optimize that and capitalize on utilizing possibly a consistent person to ensure that we're getting some efficiencies of that, and also having some consistent materials through the South Okanagan out to all residents.
Councillor Patton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Now, when you take a look in regards to the numbers, we're looking at already $150,000 in contracted services. And if we add in the educational component, adds another $45,000, we're looking at already at $200,000 with the additional tech at $97,000. Like, our contracted services are already north of just 150, 148, 149 and change. So I think that this year, until our organics comes into play, until we can see a true need of having more staff, I think this is going to be a year of more with less, because a $300,000 hit, where 150 of that is already contracted services, is a little bit hard to swallow. Thank you.
Councillor Barkle?
Thank you, Councillor Patton. You reminded me of another question I had. Uncontracted services, could we go through on page 35 and then 36 and get a little bit more detail of each of the contracted services amount? What, if there's several different contracts for different services lumped into the totals, or just what each one is, what those services are in the...
In terms of the landfill, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Through the chair, page 8 does provide with of the council agenda, does provide fairly detailed variance analysis as to the changes in those. So on page 8, the under garbage and recycling services $5,000 threshold. Basically, when we look at that document, anything comparing to the 2020 budget, anything with over a $5,000 variance that is noted in there for council. So when we look at the fourth item down, for actually basically from 4 and probably the next 7 or 8 after that, all speak to contracted services, and the cost center itself is noted. So the first one, increase the curbside collection, that's the annual contract. That's the $22,000 that we had talked about previously. The next item there is increase the landfill contracted services to reflect the actual costs of annual wood grinding. So we've increased the annual wood grinding budget to $120,000. So that's the $20,000 increase there.
So that would be in the first group of municipal landfill contracted services, the $444,000 amount.
So that would be, so if we skip then to page, sorry, Councillor, you had noted it earlier, but 25?
35.
35. Yeah, so when we look at page 35, so the municipal landfill, that is the curbside collection. So that's that number. When we look at landfill contracted services, that's so landfill recycling and hazardous waste. No, hold on.
So maybe in the 102?
Sorry. Oh, I was on the wrong page. So page 34 is the start of the environmental health services.
Okay.
So the garbage collection, which is the second cost center, that is the increase to curbside collection associated on page 8. So then the landfill is on page 35 at the very top where we say municipal landfill. So that's the 444,000 to the 308 variance. That comes into play the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7. So the 7 landfill contracted services amounts that are noted on page 8. Those are all of the increases that pertain to that number. And then as we look further into the variances provided on page 8, it speaks to the landfill recycling and hazardous waste increases as well as the composting. So there's, I don't know if that answers your question, Councillor, but those are all of the variances that make up the budget amounts that you've noted on pages 34 to 36.
Yeah, I'm sort of trying to figure out just what the various contracts were. I mean, some categories are speak for themselves. The landfill scale operation, I presume the only thing in that one is the scale operation.
Yes. I could list all of these off if that is what council wishes.
I think you're right that perhaps it's more useful to have a look at this page 8, have a closer look at that.
But if you do need, I can always provide council with that detail if you wish.
Magnifying glass.
Karen has just, Councillor Holmes, and then Karen has just informed me that lunch is here.
Thanks. Well, I would certainly recommend that we decrease the contracted services for education marketing to 22,000. Third being the price. If we get the grant, great, we can bump it up, and then otherwise we'll just make do with the 22,000. I would suggest that. I guess the question, I think, probably we all want to know is if we don't approve this new engineering tech position, what will be the impact?
Through the mayor to Councillor Holmes, I asked a similar question of staff when I came in and was briefed on these numbers and on the budget. I do believe they've done a very thorough job in their analysis of this and the options. The chief concern that I have as your chief administrative officer is the appropriate and sustainable running of the landfill. And as you know, there is significant non-compliance at the current time on a number of elements which council has been briefed on, some of which have gone to the point where being threatened by the province in terms of the administrative penalty. So the immediate term, the immediate focus of this position is to regain that compliance. Of course, other things which Chris talked about, that's the piece that keeps me up at night. Once we get there, we want a landfill that is continuing to be in compliance and is being managed to the highest and best environmental values that a landfill can be. At least it's my assumption that council would like to maintain compliance at that time. That does require ongoing work to avoid a situation where we end up back in the same place we are today with effectively, years of perhaps it being managed off the corner of somebody's desk. So I think, what I would say is the immediate focus and the continuing focus of that individual is to ensure that all the various and sundry permits are being managed, the reporting is being done. And in fact, once that person's on, one of the questions that I've asked staff is maybe we can actually reduce some of our contract expenditures on the reporting side by them coming up to speed with the proper monitoring, reporting skill set. So there could actually be some savings in there, tangible savings. Just can't commit to that yet until we do a bit of a deeper analysis. Chris, did you want to enhance that at all in terms of my response?
No, I think you captured our discussion well. Yeah.
I didn't hear his reply.
He said, thank you, Madam Mayor. Captured it well. I feel quite good about that.
Good. And it's important for us to have that reminder that, you know, this lies on you. You're the CAO of the staff hires. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I may augment one thing I should have mentioned to my previous life as council's acquainted with, I used to regulate landfills as the Assistant Deputy Minister of Environment. Landfills were within my portfolio and all across the province. And I can say, when you get to the place of threatened administrative penalty, it is a significant thing and it should be paid attention to at that time. Thank you.
I'm not sure. Oh, Councillor Trainer, I remember, was first, and then I'm not sure between you two. Figure it out.
So with regards to the education and marketing consultant, is that something that needs to be this year? The organics facility, I think, will open, you said next year, or 2022, right?
2022, I think that's what we heard from Chris.
So just wondering why that's in the budget this year as opposed to next year. But that being said, I'm always very supportive of education because if we don't have proper education, our citizens won't know what to do, and then we'll have even bigger problems. And we've never had, in my opinion, a proper education campaign around our landfill. And so I think that this would be a really valuable thing for us to do. But if it doesn't need to be done this year, then maybe we can do it next year. And maybe Chris can comment on that, why it's this year, is my question.
Yeah, so thank you, Your Worship, through the Councillor Trainer. Part of that is figuring out how the removal of food scraps is going to be worked into the curbside collection, and part of the engagement and figuring out of that this year prior to it coming into operation. One other component would be I believe with the grant application, there may be some restrictions on timelines of spending those funds if we're successful, but the biggest thing is just utilizing this year to figure out the scope of that program, getting all of that information prepared and ready to go out in 2022 in advance of us implementing that food scrap removal.
Okay, just to follow up then, and that would be the job of the education and marketing coordinator to figure out how all those things, like I get that they would do the marketing, but would they do all that other work that you just mentioned, like figuring out the
They would be assisting with the public engagement around that, because we anticipate there'll be definitely some options and some public input that we would want to acquire to help make that decision.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Patton, then Barkle, and then Holmes, and then lunch.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to, in regards to our CAO's comments about MOE, after our meeting we had, when we first sat around here and I asked that I wanted to talk MOE, I thought that it was MOE coming after the District of Summerland looking for money. I thought, okay, this is a typical, provincial ploy to get money out of Summerland. After talking with the ministry, it had everything to do with us. It had everything to do with us, and we are in a reactive state because we were not proactive. It's not a big items, is what they said at the MOE told us. They're not big items. And so because of our not doing our due diligence, now we're looking to bring on a $100,000 a year person to get us out of a bind. And I'm sorry, but I don't agree. I think once in 2022, we can take a look at how we're operating, and we can see how we're moving once our compost is up and running, or not, it won't even be running yet once we're doing this budget process next year. Then we can take a look and do a very feasible look at the costs that's going to be related if we need more people at the landfill. But because of a reactive situation, because we didn't do our due diligence, I have a really hard time agreeing to having another staff person. So, anyway, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Buckle and then Holmes.
A question before I sort of make a point here. How much of the contracted services was the contract? I think it's like a 4 or 5 year contract for the reporting requirements. That must be one of these contract amounts, and wouldn't have changed by more than 5,000.
So if you're speaking to the 3 annual reports, so the operations and monitoring, effluent and tracking, the annual budget is $15,920. So roughly $5,500.
Okay, thank you.
How many years?
Yeah, so, and we're contracted to do that for how many more years?
I believe that was a 3-year contract, and year 1 is done, so 2 more years.
I guess what makes it difficult here is that it was only 3 years ago that we hired a full-time manager for the landfill as a term position to catch up on some of these reporting requirements. And then became the next year full-time, and then, you know, after 2 years, we had a second person in a place that 3 years ago we were told we needed 1 person as a term. And the interview with the Ministry of Environment did not put any sort of sense of panic in my mind here that our reporting deficiencies were quite minor and not difficult. And so already from our email this week, it looks like one of them is easily solved with the septic licensing and such. So I'm having a hard time being convinced of the necessity here of this additional staffing. That's just where I'm sitting here. I don't know. I guess I'm the last person to speak, and then we'll eat and think about it.
Councillor Holmes, and then we're going to. Oh no, sorry. Chris has asked to speak and comment.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to touch on Councillor Patton's comment just about, I guess not the reason we're in this state with non-compliance is due to lack of due diligence on the district's part. I guess a comment to that I'd like to offer is I believe that's a direct result of a lack of dedicated resources at the landfill and looking after our solid waste and our environmental services. We recognized a need to hire initially a term and then a full-time manager to look after that area of the district services because of the concerns that we were seeing with it being ran off the corner of one of our other managers' desks. And as that manager has now dug into this area and made a number of improvements, there is still a large amount of work that's required to bring this facility up to the regulatory requirements that are expected of the landfill, hence the need for the additional full-time employee to assist with that. The other note about the classification of the effluent, and that was recently obtained as being one of the compliance items. That was just a minor component or a minor piece of all of the compliance that we're dealing with. That was an application that we got in just to classify the facility and got response back on that. But now there's the whole development of the operational plan around that effluent and those septage ponds, and then following through on the required monitoring and testing and reporting around that. So I just want to, I guess, highlight the concerns of the lack of resources is why we're seeing the number of projects and the costs associated with these projects continue to build up and to be required. And a lot of these are going to be ongoing costs. Those annual reporting costs that were noted, we have a 3 or a 5 year contract to do those annually, but those are going to be required each year moving forward. They're not just a 3 or 5 year and we're done. And so there's just a lot of ongoing requirements that are required at the landfill that again are being brought to light by having some dedicated resources looking after and managing this area.
Councillor, thank you, Chris. Councillor Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just a question through Chris. So once this reporting contract is done and we have this new position, will we be able to eliminate those contracts and will the staff, or our staff, be able to do the reporting?
Yeah. Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Holmes. Yeah, that is the intent. Is that after 3 to 5 years here, once we've established a solid format for those reporting and all the information that's required to go into those, if we had that staff person on, as our CAO had noted, that there would likely or would maybe an opportunity for them to take over the annual preparation of those once we get to that point.
Okay, thanks. I'll think about this over lunch.
Okay, with that, let's adjourn to lunch and then we'll resume when, what were you thinking in terms of the time? Questions about the proposed revenue changes to the landfill or solid waste and diversion? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to indicate that hearing the conversation of council and the very thoughtful questions that are being asked regarding the EngTech permanent position that's currently in play for the discussion, I certainly would be prepared, if it's more comfortable to council at this time, to adopt an approach where we would bring in a person on a temporary basis, maybe an 18-month term that would get us up to compliance, get all these things going, perhaps even do some knowledge transfer with staff, and then we could, of course, report during and perhaps at the end of that term just to identify where we're currently at, and then reevaluate. So I just wanted to also raise that as an alternative proposition for council.
Thoughts on that, Councillor Reynolds?
So I appreciate the thought for sure. But talking earlier and some of this stuff, I don't feel comfortable. I would feel more comfortable if we're going to have some other discussions to go into a closed. If we're going to continue talking on labor situations, labor questions.
Okay.
Like we were talking about capacity of our current employee. So I don't feel comfortable.
So it's not this position.
No,
it's proposed new one. Okay.
not at all, Madam Mayor.
Okay,
Not at all.
I think that's probably appropriate. And how should we do that? Should we?
I think, Madam Mayor, if you want to pass a resolution for staff to prepare a report back to a closed meeting of council, that might be appropriate as opposed to going into closed right now. But Dave, what's your?
I guess It would depend on, I guess it would depend on what the closed conversation was. If it was,
Yeah.
if it was relevant to the new position that's being proposed, then probably now would be a good time to have that conversation, because it has budgetary impacts, and this is a budget discussion. If it's in regards to the current position and the capacity issue there, I think at a budget meeting that may not be the best time.
Mhm.
Okay, so it sounds like, we do have to have a closed session, because it's not to do with this tech. Yeah.
That's correct.
So, would you like to bring forward a resolution to have that, a closed session? Is that what you suggested, to have a?
Well, I think we could do it one of two ways. You could always just, give the CAO some notice that perhaps this is something that you want to discuss in the future, related to performance issues or concerns or anything like that. So, but again, I don't know if that's the same discussion as the budget potentially. So if you want to, maybe what we've done in the past is park something until the end of the meeting. We could do that and then revisit. Yeah.
Thank you for that recommendation. Let's park it, and
Okay.
we'll maybe bring it up at the end of the day if we have time, and if not, later.
Councilor Barco, you had your hand up?
Well, yeah, I was just gonna, I know we can go in and out of closed, but that's not, that's practical. So I was just gonna say, at the end of the day, that'd be great to have a discussion at the end.
Okay. Councilor Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. Just in respect to the proposed position, I was sure you have a temporary, try to the temporary position. I'd be all for that, but I guess what I'm not clear in my head, or I'm not convinced, is maybe whether we need it right now or not. We have a 3-year reporting contract, which the first year is just completed, and so that's 2 more years. And so the 2-year overlap with a new person, probably only a 1-year overlap, it would be required in my mind for that person to learn how to do the reporting and everything like that. And with the new organics facility not coming on until 2022 and all that sort of thing. So my thinking is, if this position is required, and because of COVID and the desire to keep taxes down and everything down this year, my inclination is, can we put it off a year? That's really what I'm thinking. And I don't know, I haven't made that decision on my own yet, but kind of where
I'm going to ask if you can comment, as you did earlier, on this.
Sure, Madam Mayor. Well, through to Councillor Holmes, I would say it's my strong recommendation we don't delay any further, just given the current state of non-compliance that we're in. Notwithstanding some elements are minor non-compliances, there are significant numbers of, between warnings and now threat of administrative penalty. So I do believe time is now to enhance the staff capacity to deal with this, and I would recommend not delaying that for a year.
Councilor Barco?
Perhaps SCA will be able to answer this question, and maybe Chris is on the line still, but what specifically are the pressing compliance issues? Because having gone through the response that the district gave, I thought our responses were good, and it seemed to be most of them were regarding the organics facility, which would all be solved once that contract was done. So, yeah, can we have a little more information on what these concerns are?
Through the mayor to Councilor Barkwell, I can maybe start in on that. And Chris, I certainly could use your help if you're on the line.
Yep.
I'm just coming in fairly fresh to the issue, but my notes from the meeting with the Ministry of Environment indicated a number of things, some of which are directly, within parameters of today's discussion, some maybe not so much, but the landfill, the last time the landfill was compliant was actually in 2012. It's a permit that goes back, an approval that goes back to 1999. The what's referred to as the OMAR, which is the organics approval, that goes back to 1996, and there's been 3 warnings. But I think there are some wheels in motion to help remedy that situation. The septage situation now is threatened with a administrative penalty, and there's been 2 previous warnings. But I don't know, Chris, am I getting all that right? And is there more to add on your part?
Yeah, so thank you, Graham. Yeah, that's correct. And maybe Dave or Karen, if you could pull up the landfill compliance slide that we had shown earlier. I think it's just 2 slides back.
Let me try.
Sorry, one more. Yeah, so this is the list of operational projects and capital projects that are on the budget for 2021 to deal with the compliance issues at hand. You're right, the organics one, that's the one they spoke about. We're well on our way with the design and the new facility that's going to deal with those components. But the other ones are all individual studies, reports, or operational plans or updates that are required to meet compliance. And each of those is a separate project that's going to need someone to lead, possibly engage a consultant to assist with, and then follow through on getting it completed this year in order to get within compliance. So that's where this additional resource would help out. It's not just on the annual reporting side and taking that over in the long run. It's helping move all of these initiatives forward to get us into compliance.
Okay, Corinne, did you want to speak further on that?
That's good, thank you.
Councilor Barber, do you have a follow-up question? Yeah. Okay, go ahead, and then Councilor.
The interview we had with the Ministry of Environment didn't deal with the landfill operation certificate, right? It only dealt with the organic matter certificate and the septage certificate. I think they said we were in compliance regarding landfill. At least it wasn't an issue that the Ministry of Environment brought up to us. Are we currently in compliance, or is it that they just didn't do an inspection of the landfill itself?
Yeah, so thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Barkwell. We haven't received a warning on, I don't believe, on the landfill certificate, but I believe we received a notice, and there were some outstanding items. The biggest one on that is the landfill design, operation, and closure plan. That's required to be done every 5 years, and that's out of date and is overdue, and is one that if we were to have an inspection on right now, we would not be in compliance because it has not been updated within the last 5 years. But all of those other items listed in there are in the same boat. The life cycle study report, the landfill gas assessment, again, are 5-year studies that need to be done every 5 years. And then the annual groundwater and monitoring that we're doing, and the annual report, which we're working on. So yeah, if we were reviewed today, it is likely that we would receive a warning on those non-compliant issues.
Okay.
Yes,
so ROV seems like the landfill design and operations closure plan. Is this what you expect our technical person, our new position to do, or is that done by a specialized contractor?
They would manage that project with a contractor
So they
or with a consultant.
we're seeing a contractor who does the report?
It would be a consultant that helps with that, yeah, which writes the overall report.
And so did we do one more than 5 years ago, and it's just now we're out of date?
Yeah, sorry, that I'm not 100% sure on if this is one that's never been done or if it hasn't been done for, 10 to 12 years. I would have to double check that answer for you. But it hasn't been. If it has been done, it's completely out of date to how it's currently ran and operated.
So that would be landfill design and operations and closure plan is one of the contract items in the.
It's one of the consulting services items under the municipal landfill item.
The 2021 budget for that council is $130,000.
Councillor Trainer, and then Van Elton, and then Pat.
Okay. I lean towards supporting this position. I like the idea of what our CEO said about it being a temporary position, just to see if we get what we need out of this person who we hire. For the reasons that our Director of Public Works stated earlier before lunch, and for what CA will follow up on, I think our landfill has been neglected for a really long time. Like I remember when in 2014 when I first got elected, it was an issue then, and I remember Martin, telling us that he was doing it off the side of his desk, and nobody really likes to deal with landfills, and so I think we are where we are today because of all the decisions that have been made over the last while. And so I think by hiring this person and kind of building the team that manages the landfill, that we're also sending a message to the province to show them that we're taking it seriously. And that's kind of what I got out of that meeting that we had with the Ministry of Environment is they were kind of saying to us that we just keep dropping the ball, and so maybe this person who comes, whether it's a contractor for 18 months or whatever, like it will be their job to pick up all the balls and to make sure that this doesn't keep happening. So I'm leaning towards supporting this my position.
Thank you, Councillor Trainer. Councillor Van Elton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So 3 years ago, as Councillor Trainer just put, we were running the landfill off the side of a desk. And then we've taken that away off the side of the desk. And we have a full-time manager of environmental services. By taking this off the corner of this person's desk, could we add some more on the corner of the desk just to oversee some of these consultants? Because it basically is an overseeing thing. You hire a consultant, the consultant comes in. You're not there holding their hand all day consulting with them. You're hiring them to do the consulting work, and they're just reporting back to the corner of this person's desk. Right? Maybe I'm missing the big picture here, but possibly we have some capacity elsewhere to hold some of these consultants' hands without having to hire another full-time position or a temporary full-time position. And I guess I just got to leave it at that because the rest of them go into a close.
Oh, thanks, Madam Mayor. For our Director of Public Works, Chris, it comes to mind that this closure plan has come to us in 2019 and 2020. So I guess my question is if we've talked about it for the last 2 budget cycles, and we're into our 3rd budget cycle. Why have we not done anything prior to today in regards to getting the consultant? Because, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but the closure plan, would that not also include where we have to decommission the cells for the organic waste also was included in that closure plan? I could be wrong, I might be getting the 2 mixed up, but I do know that we've talked for the last 2 years about the closure plan, and so I'm just kind of wondering why now that it's become such it's so important this year as it wasn't so important in the last 2.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Patton. So it was a project that was identified a few years ago. The reason it hasn't been completed to date is due to the lack of resources to engage a consultant, to follow through with that consultant on getting them the information they need and reviewing that report and seeing it through. By hiring the manager of environmental services full-time in 2018, they've taken on a number of other capital initiatives and other priorities that have come in front of this operational and closure plan, being the scale project and the entrance improvements, the rollout of all the cart, the addition of the carts to the curbside collection and shifting away from just leaving bags at the side of the road and rolling out that contract with Waste Connections. So there have been a bunch of other priorities that have came in front of this operation and closure plan. So knowing that it's been identified as a requirement for our compliance, and not having dealt with it for the last couple of years, it just continues to increase in priority and in potential risk that we may receive further warnings or administrative penalties if it's not completed.
Thanks, Chris. So tell me, let's say the position didn't move forward. Are you telling me that then the closure plan would fall off the table and we wouldn't be looking at having a consultant do that project for this year?
If we remain with just a manager of environmental services right now and don't somehow allocate other existing resources to deal with this project, then yes, it likely would not be completed in 2021.
Thank you.
And through to Councillor Patton from the Mayor. The comment I have, and I think I heard it in Chris's response, is unless other resources could be located. So absolutely, if it's the will of council that this budget adjustment is not approved to accommodate this position, my endeavor, because of the importance of some of the things that you're seeing on this slide, including the landfill operations and maintenance monitoring and closure plan, I would be leaning into this and sitting down with Chris and looking at how do we reallocate staff time to be able to make sure this does get done, knowing there's contract money in the budget to have it done, and then reporting back from council on what other priorities or timelines might need to be adjusted on other things that those people will be working on. So certainly, whether it's a budget adjustment or not, we'll implement the will of council, but this is important enough. We might need to do some juggling on the staff side on the existing resources to accommodate it.
Thank you.
Councillor Yes, Councillor Barfield.
Yeah, along those lines, I'm looking at this list of things, groundwater, and thinking about each one separately. Because overall, it looks like a big list, but you look at them individually: groundwater monitoring, testing, and annual report. So that's something that should be happening now, shouldn't it? And it will continue to happen, I hope. Other things that we've talked about, the landfill gas assessment report update, sounds like a contractor thing. Landfill illegal dumping and wind blown litter cleanup. Well, I mean, isn't that setting out a staff person to clean up the landfill, or does that involve something more technical? Solid waste management plan with the RUS, I'm not sure if you should hear more about that. Add covenant to landfill property title, maybe our development services department could look after that one. Adding a covenant, maybe there's something, but it seems to me it's lawyers that wind up doing all of that after you've done what you want. So yeah, this reallocation of some of these responsibilities seems like a real possibility.
Councillor Carlson. Thank you. I guess my question is, as we're dealing with a long-term problem and we're trying to solve it really quickly by increasing, what it looks to me like is increasing rates and fees quite dramatically in a short amount of time. So I'm just wondering if there's any opportunity to perhaps transfer from reserves, or is there somewhere that money might come from that doesn't? If we need it for the next 2 or 3 years to get these up to compliance, and then we don't want to necessarily continue to see that high fee that we'd have to put in this year and then next year and then next year, is there anywhere else we can get this money from?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through to Councillor Carlson. The premise, and you're right, we're looking at trying to get the landfill, the landfill, to more of a cost neutral, just like all of our other utilities. It's an approach that staff have looked at, and the budget that you have in front of you is trying to primarily do that all in 1 year. However, with that said, a few slides ago we did talk about, so the district currently already is transferring $625,000 either from accumulated surplus or reserves into the operations budget to cover off projects. And when we look at the landfill, approximately we're already using about $140,000 of accumulated surplus to cover off some of those contractual costs already. That's not to say that we can't use more, but just so council is aware, we already allocating a certain portion of our reserves to some of these projects.
Thank you, David.
Councillor Holmes.
Thank you. I guess the thing I'm having a really hard time with is when we met with the ministry and I asked them, I told them that our over the last 5 years our operational budget's increased 50%, and that we've been really I think quite serious about tackling some of the problems with the landfill by increasing the budget and hiring staff positions and everything like that. But then there seems to be no end in sight, that we have to keep increasing our taxes or spending money to do that. And the response I remember from them is that a lot of things we need to bring into compliance don't require a lot of spending. They're pretty simple things, reporting and whatnot. And so what I felt, my takeaway from that meeting is kind of the opposite of what I'm hearing now today from staff. And this is what I have a little bit of trouble with, is that, I still don't know where's the end. I still see no end in sight in terms of the amount of money we're going to have to spend to bring to put on this landfill, and I'm not sure if it's all necessary to bring it into compliance or not, because frankly I'm getting two different messages from our own staff And from what I heard from the ministry of the call, that's the way I feel. So I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go with this. And when do we have to decide?
According to our, the timeline, the budget timeline that council has put forward and approved, the district is holding a budget open house on February, I believe it's the 10th, 7th or the 10th. So prior to then, so that we could roll that out to the public. We do have tomorrow booked off as well, depending on how this conversation goes today. You know, ideally, from my perspective, the sooner the better, so that I can ensure that the appropriate documents are ready to go for that public open house. But realistically, a week before that open house, as long as we had some consensus and had the budget balanced and we're able to bring something forward to the residents, that would be the latest. Would be that date.
Before we go, I'm going to say something here. When we had the conversation with the MOE staff, I distinctly remember two things. I asked the question is if this was actually a capacity issue, and I heard yes, you'll be hearing that as we come forward with the operational plan. I also heard when the Ministry of Environment staff was asked to comment on what it was that the district needed to do and how they would do it and whether or not you know, how urgent it was and all of that, they responded, that's not our place to determine. That is the District of Summerland staff. They're the ones that have to do the work. They're the ones that have to do the work plan, and with the Director of Finance and the CAO, they're the ones that have to determine how much resources have to go into this. So that's one thing I wanted to say. Today we've heard a number of times, both from the Director of Works and Infrastructure and our new CAO, who mentioned that he has past experience on the provincial government side in terms of regulation, how important it is to make sure that we are coming into compliance. Now, I, for one, am not an expert by any means on landfill operations and the regulations that come down from a province, in this case, province of BC. And while I understand and I'm in this position as well as an elected official, I want to keep the taxes down as much as possible. But also remember that as elected officials, it is critical, this is what we do to serve the public and make sure that they have the services they need. If our landfill is not in compliance, are we really giving them the services that they need and the level of service? And at the very, outside of things, if it comes to a point where we have to pay, looks like we're going to have to pay one administrative penalty, perhaps, and we have to pay more, or it comes to a critical point, and I don't know if this ever happens, but if part of a landfill was ordered to close down or temporarily even, I think that would be a huge disservice to the community of Summerland. And I also think that council would have an earful, what the heck are you people doing? This is not the level of service that we need or expect. So, having said all of that, and having heard more than once that our CAO, with his expertise in this area, and taking under advisement the information that the Works and Utility Director has said, and stating that he strongly recommends that this position be put in place, even, and he's offered this kind of compromise, even if it's for an 18-month period and we review it again. I'm of the mind, just like I heard from Councillor Traynor, that we need to just grin and bear it, and if we can find some other way to cover the costs of this tech, then maybe we should look at those things. I think that we've rehashed this over and over again, and that's my feeling on this. Councillor Barton.
Yeah, I think I'm sort of thinking like you, that maybe we've talked about this enough, we'll set it aside and bring it up later after we've talked more. But I did have one question, if I could, about the contracted services. I'll put my glasses on. There's an increase to landfill contracted services of $10,000. Contracted services for the landfill design, operations, and closure plan of $10,000. So if there's a $10,000 increase, that means we must have had like $120,000 in the budget last year. So where's that $120,000? Was it spent, or did it go into surplus? Or?
Through the chair, that $120,000 is being funded through the accumulated surplus, and the increase of the $10,000 either needs to come from, well, right now it's being proposed as part of that $429,000 as part of a rate increase, but it could be funded through increase in taxation, increase in user fees. If you wanted to further use accumulated surplus, you could do that.
So you're speaking about the 10,000.
I'm talking about the 10.
Yeah. So the 120 was already there. It was in last year's budget. It's just a carryover item.
Correct.
So the 130 for the 20 is just because we didn't do it. Maybe the budget might have gone up 10,000. Everything else goes up.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we've allocated 120,000 from last year from the accumulated surplus.
When things don't happen in the budget year, it's more confusing.
Graham.
Madam Mayor, I just want through to Councillor Carlson's earlier question about other ways of funding or other sources. I did want to remind Council that earlier Councillor Van Alphen also raised the question of gravel revenues that are currently being directed to the reserves, I believe is what our financial officers told us. So I think that was tabled at the moment. It may come back around, but certainly seems to be associated with the landfill operation, but right now it's being directed not to the operations of the landfill, but to reserves.
Okay, go ahead, Dave.
What I may suggest, Madam Mayor, is we've had a good conversation around this, possibly to continue on with the expense side of our conversations and our presentation. There may be some avenues or some projects that have been identified that council may or may not want to move forward with, and then at the end, when we can come back together and kind of look where things are at, look at where our current deficit is at, and where the landfill plays a part of that, and start providing some different alternatives, I guess, and maybe getting some direction from council where there is comfort and where there isn't comfort in certain fees or increases that have been proposed. And then at the end of that, we'll have a better understanding of what our net number is that we need to achieve, and how then we can chip away at that to get it to a manageable level, or preferably down to zero. If that
Does that sound good,
works
Councillor?
for everyone.
we'll see where we can find some withdrawals. Okay.
So with that being said, then I guess we'll step away from the revenue side of things and slide into the general fund expenses. So the slide, just like on the revenue, shows an overall comparison of the 2021 proposed budgeted expenditures and how it compares to the two 2020 budgets, as well as historical actuals. Now, a detailed list of all of the variances that are being proposed between 2021 and 2020 have been provided in your packages, and they're on pages 7 to 9. So right after the expense page, there's, I believe, 3 pages of very detailed over $5,000 threshold variances in those budgets. A couple items to note in regards to the expenses. And I'll allude to kind of a comment I made at the very beginning that a lot of work has gone into this budget. When we started the process way back in August, it was August. The deficit was over $1.4 million with all of the asks and all of the different projects that were being proposed. So when we sat down and met with you, Council, on October 16th, that deficit had been chipped away down to $356,000, and today we're at $149,041. So when we compare 2021 to 2020, where the overall increase is in the operating budget is 1.99%, $281,000 when we compare it to last year, which is roughly in line with inflation. So that was one of the key points that I wanted to make on this. Looking at the budget itself, as we've told council year in and year out, what we do is when we look at our budgets, we try to do status quo budgets. We do take into account inflation and contractual increases as part of those, as those are costs that are requirements of us as we build these things. So the slide in front of you notes that on a contractual basis, the district has included $334,000 of contractual increases, and those are summarized on pages 10 and 11 of the council package. It's the two colorful. You'll note there's 3 or 4 different colors. So the contractual obligations are the ones that are noted in blue, just so that they're easily highlighted. To kind of highlight some of the major ones, our municipal insurance premium has increased just under $15,000. Our property insurance has gone up just over $10,000. Our CMP contract, taking into account the retroactive payments, have gone up just under $33,000. Transit's gone up $9,000. Garbage collection, taking into account some of the wood grinding costs and those types of additional increases, have gone up just shy of $82,000. And our janitorial contract has also gone up about $22,000. That does take into account additional cleaning that the district has had to take on. However, so council is aware, we are utilizing the COVID-19 grant funding to offset those additional cleanings because of the COVID pandemic. So those third-party increases total just shy of the $176,000 amount that's on the screen there. And then contractually and bylaw increases, the district has QP contracts and IBW contracts and management contracts. So wage increases have been reflected in this budget of $157,800. So again, looking at the budget, contractual increases alone, before we even consider any of the additional projects or increasing levels of service, or looking at additional revenue streams, looking at these numbers strictly by themselves, would require a tax rate increase of 3.64% if we weren't able to offset them with other areas, or increased revenues, or decreased expenses in certain areas. So that was our starting point.
Councillor Patton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And maybe Karen may know better than David. Did we see about a $15,000 MIA increase in our insurance premiums last year?
Mm-hmm.
And it's an additional $15,000 again this year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's getting pretty heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Councillor Holmes?
I guess just municipal budgeting 101. How is it when you're preparing budgets? What's the philosophy for accounting for contractual and inflation? Is it just kind of expected that 2 or 3% increase in taxes is supposed to, that's a given every year? Is that what we should be thinking? That every year we need to increase our taxes 3% because of inflation and contracts, and we should then, by extension, be educating the public to get into that way of thinking, because certainly they don't. Or should we be thinking that our new construction revenue should be covering some of that, and so we don't necessarily have to have that way of thinking.
Philosophically, that is a great conversation starter. From my perspective, when we're putting together our budgets, we definitely do, well, for starters, a lot of our contractual increases are known to us. We know because they're built right into our contracts. So we know that if, for instance, our janitorial contract, we know that goes up X% every year. You know, I can't even remember what it is. I think it's 2 or 3%, but we know those. We know those increases right off the top. Some of them, like MIA and our property insurance and transit, we're fortunate enough that our budget process allows for us to have those numbers prior to us sitting down with council. So the numbers that we're bringing forward in these budgets are, for the most part, accurate and have been provided to us by those parties. So we're not taking into account kind of an arbitrary inflationary number. They're pretty well known to us. Same with the RCMP contract. We know that we usually have that documentation in August. So for the most part, the contractual obligation increases that we build into our budgets are pretty well known, and they're not an arbitrary, okay, well, CPI is going to be 2% this year. So that helps. Philosophically, what we definitely build in as a component our new construction revenue. Some municipalities don't, and whatever they get it's kind of a bonus for them. We build that in to our budgets, and we take that into account. I think another thing that we do here is we do look. These budgets are scrutinized quite heavily, normally by me, and there's a lot of questions that are asked. We do meet as a senior management team to see if we can find some of those efficiencies between departments, so that we're bringing forward a budget to council that is realistic and plausible. So when we look from a philosophical perspective, we do our best to ensure that when we sit down with you at this meeting, what you have in front of you is plausible, and every one of our senior staff can stand behind it. You know, speaking to your comment about should we be educating the public that, you know, a 2 or 3% tax rate increase is kind of going to happen in generic. For the most part, from what I've heard from the public, is there is an expectation that there's going to be a tax increase every year. Most people don't feel that a municipality or anyone can sustain a 0% tax rate increase. It's not sustainable. So there is that thought out there that yes, every year the district is going to have a tax rate increase. Now what that increase is going to be, I think a lot of that stems from the work that we as staff do and you as council do at the end. And you know, we bring forward these budgets to ensure that the increases are as low as we can physically get. But at the same time, there's also that education component to the public. You know, over the past couple of years, this council has highlighted the importance of asset management, and some of the decisions that this council has made have been to increase taxes specific to asset management. So that's, you know, that's a direct reflection of an important subject matter to this council and to this community, and we're able to let the public know. And you know, if we have any increases that are, you know, over the 2.5%, we're able to educate and have those conversations with the public. But you know, philosophically, we try to bring something forward to you. Ideally, a 0% tax rate increase would be great. But we also have to take into account, we do have these increases, and we do our best. As you can see, contractually, 3.64% rate increase would have been required just to cover those, and we've now brought forward a budget that is looking for 1.65%. So we do our darndest to ensure that that tax rate increase is defendable. I don't know if that even answered your question, Councilor Holmes, but
Good enough. Yeah, I must be reading my mind down there, because I didn't really put up my hand. But the question, the question, it's, a woman can read my mind, it's a problem. My wife, it raised my mind, nothing comes for free. And so if the district, if Summerlanders want the higher level of service, then it's going to come with a cost. And if they want a recreation center, it's going to come with a cost. We'll have a referendum, so there'll be a vote on it. Now, for a facility such as that, would that be as a result in a general tax increase, or would it be a specific parcel tax?
through the chair, Councilor Barkwell, it's a great question. We will definitely, it's an example I have in our debt presentation on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. However, for the purpose of today, it could be implemented in either way, either through taxation or through a parcel tax, and not wanting to give away a Tuesday's or Wednesday's presentation. They're very similar in dollars. If you go from a parcel tax or a taxation increase.
Well, wouldn't a taxation increase result in, people with more valuable properties paying more?
Sorry, I should have said on the average home, the numbers are very similar. But you are correct. if you go through a taxation perspective, those homes that of course are assessed at a much higher rate would be paying more of that. But we'll definitely delve into that and the different calculations on, I think it's Wednesday.
Next week.
Yes.
So then,
Yes, go ahead.
so then, just following up on that, if we went the taxation route, farmers would pay less? Thank you, David. I like your methodology.
I was going to suggest it was a way of evening up the playing field. Yes.
So as we move forward in the budget process and the philosophy that we use here at the District of Summerland, once we take into account contractual obligations, we get to the fun part, which are the proposed additions. And this is where I began the conversation on the first slide on the expense side, where we started our budget process with a deficit of over $1.4 million. There were a lot of positions, or not positions, sorry, that's the wrong word, projects that had been proposed. And as I mentioned, as a management team, we get together and we scrutinize and we go through and bring forward those projects we feel that are in line with council's priorities and with the priorities of the district. So with that being said, this budget takes into account about $742,000 worth of proposed additions. Some of these are one-time projects. Some of these are, as you can see, labor or positions. Some of them are one-time projects. Some of them, as Councillor Barkwell had alluded to earlier when he was talking about the $10,000 increase in the landfill design and operations closure plan. Some of these increases are specific to a project that have been budgeted for historically and now have just have increased. So yes, so $750,000 of proposed additions. When we look at that list, I'll speak to labor second, although it is the first bullet point. The various projects, so, and again, all of these can be found on pages, well, it's basically page 10 of your council agenda, and they're the kind of orangey pink color. So the highlight, we've included a $50,000 asset retirement audit standards, some consulting work that's required to get the district to comply with this new auditing standards that PSAB is putting forward. That would be one of those one-time projects. The budget takes into account GIS specialty consultant work of $20,000 that has been included. An increase to the health and safety consulting budget of $18,500. There are 4 projects at the works building, or in the works department, in the works cost center, totaling $61,000. Landfill, which we've already discussed, is $133,000. And in the recreation department, the only one there is with the district purchasing a new electric Zamboni in 2020. We needed to adjust the amortization moving forward, so there's an increase there of about $18,000. So from a various projects perspective, $357,000 of either one-time or additional projects that have been included. In regards to labor, we had touched on it very, very briefly at the beginning of our presentation. We had noted that since October, there are 1.2 new additions of FTEs that have been incorporated into this budget. I'll go through them and maybe if there's questions, fire away.
Councillor Barton, please.
Before you get into that, the last thing you sort of mentioned was the amortization on the Zamboni. I didn't think we had amortization. What is actually just like?
Amortization may be the wrong word. As council is aware, the district has a self-funding model when it comes to our fleet. So what we do is we charge out our fleet to all of the different cost centers throughout the course of the year, and then we generate revenue.
Increase to capital reserve and that increase in annual contribution to capital reserves. Okay.
Not to capital, to the equipment reserve.
Equipment reserve.
To the equipment reserve. Yeah. Good. So looking at labor, there are, as noted, 4.4 FTEs that have been incorporated into this budget. The first one is a part-time admin assistant at a cost of $35,500. That is for 2 days per week, so 0.2. 0.2 FTE.
0.4.
Isn't it
0.4?
Yeah.
0.4.
Yeah.
A full-time IT support technician at a cost of $74,800. A full-time firefighter at a cost of $89,200. And in regards to the fire department, we have also incorporated about $51,000 worth of staffing costs with, depending on how things roll out, to transition potentially the retirement of the fire chief, looking at staffing flows and coverage and those types of things. So,
how much did you say for that?
51.
Thank you.
The budget also takes into account a permanent part-time by law enforcement officer. This is also a 0.4, so 2 days a week, at a cost of $36,600. The one item to note here is historically, the district has budgeted $15,000 of kind of by law enforcement coverage time that we've used to bring in bylaw officers to kind of cover off vacation and those types of things over the past years. So we've already had that 15 in. So the net cost of this position to the district is about $21,600. However, this does now, if council was to move forward with this position, it would now be a permanent part-time position as opposed to contractual. Casual, thank you. And then the last position, which we've discussed already, is the environmental services engineering tech at a cost of the $97,800. So those are being proposed, and I think everyone's on the call in case there are questions that council has in regards to this.
Let's see what we think. I think a meter reader in 0.4 or 0.6 for HR. Those were part of the 2020 budget. I'm not even sure if those people have been hired yet. But has that, the cost of that been rolled into, like, is it part of this budget now?
Yes,
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, good, thanks.
I believe, and Marnie, if you're on the phone, maybe you can speak to the HR one, but I think the posting has gone out.
Yes, I'm on the phone, and the HR 0.6 position is hired, and the meter tech is, well, it was the next one on my list until this morning.
Councilor Van Alphen.
I don't know, I don't think this is the appropriate time, it's another one that would have to be asked and closed, I believe. It's a labor conversation that, if it's okay, I'd like to park it and bring it back, if that's possible.
Is it a new position or a?
It was just on the conversation that our director of finance was one of the positions.
Okay.
It's a labor question that I have.
Okay.
More along union lines, so I thought I'd best asked and not closed. I don't know, it's up to you guys. I don't care.
If it's general, if it's a general question.
So if we add another body, full-time body to the fire department, maybe our HR manager can answer that. Would that trigger the possibility of it going union?
Probably Glenn and I can both answer that. The intention of the way that it is proposed would put a weighting onto the exempt and supervisory side of the positions over there. So we would remain with two kind of exempt, but kind of union type positions, and that would not tip the scales over.
Thank you so much.
My question is about the bylaw. I know we have a new bylaw officer starting beginning of next month.
Correct.
I guess my question is, can we see how our new well-experienced bylaw officer handles our current bylaw situation before we make a decision as to whether or not he will require assistance? Or is this something that we need to make that decision on now?
Brad, are you on the call?
Yeah, I can jump into this if you guys can hear me, and through the mayor to Councillor Carlson. Yeah, what we're proposing is to hire a part-time bylaw enforcement officer, one that would only be working 2 days a week, and on average. Of course, we would probably stagger those hours so that there'd be more hours worked in the peak season. For bylaw enforcement being, the tourist season, and similar to the level of service that we had in 2020, where we had a COVID ambassador, parks ambassador out in the field. We found a lot of benefit from doing that, and in terms of providing enhanced services to the public and dealing with park issues and tourism issues, boat launch issues, I think, for parking perspective, and that type of thing. So, and the idea about with the part-time role as well, it'd allow for some sustainability with both positions in terms of coverage. For example, Saturdays, often people within Summerland know that we work Monday to Friday, so things occur on the weekends that we're not aware of. So we'd like to get more weekend coverage by staggering our shifts with that part-time individual. Perhaps as well, nighttime coverage, we can stagger the daily shifts for those dates that they're both working, so that there's some periodical evening coverage for bylaw enforcement to deal with noise complaints, for example. And then finally as well to cover each other off for vacation and sick time. So just in terms of providing a consistent level of service for the District of Summerland, it creates some more resiliency and sustainability for the department. So, and we don't foresee it to be a large impact financially in 2021.
Thank you.
I have a question related to that. If it turns out that, it may or may not, that a portion or significant portion possibly of the bylaw enforcement officers' work is around COVID, could we again allocate some of the restart? Yes. Okay, good.
Absolutely.
Any other, oh, Councilor Pat.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just throwing this out there. I know that the staff person that we had for the COVID, the park ambassador, I guess it was, a lot of good comments. Is there any chance that we could look at maintaining using that staff member instead of going out for a part-time? Like I say, I can't even tell you how many times the public's come up and said, you know, super nice, like very informative. You talk about education, I think that was what his role was.
Yeah.
And my understanding, he did a phenomenal job in regards to that. So is it possible that we look at utilizing existing staff that was already doing this instead of going out for part-time? I'm just thinking.
Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, once again, through the mayor and perhaps Marnie, if she wanted to jump into this one as well, we are contemplating this very same idea that you're thinking of, Councillor Patton. However, there would be some union hoops to jump through, but some ideas we have chatted about is job sharing as an idea with the part-time amount that's provided in the 2021 budget. But we have that, all of that is conditional on council's budget approval.
Thank you very much, Brad.
Councilor Van Houten.
So just to add what Councilor Patton was saying, I was involved with the summer farmers market as a laborer. And I see Brad every Sunday heading out, or not Brad,
Darren,
heading out every Sunday on his route, you know, and one of his biggest jobs was playing traffic control cop at the boat launch. You know, unfortunately, that's another topic, and for a later day, our boat launch is way too small, the parking area. But yeah, it was just, you know, there's people parking all over the streets, on the lawns, all over the place, and you know, he was very, very professional. I heard lots of really good comments. You know, he has a very kind approach, but he gets the message across. And you know, you go down the boat launch and there could be majority are Alberta plates. You know, he came up, he shared some ideas with me, and I commend him, but almost like a card lock pay for use system, as we do at the sanitary dump in Trout Creek, where you'll pay, but if you're a local, you have a card and you'll pay X, but if you're someone with orange license plates, you'll pay more. Well, you know, as a tourist, but you know, I don't know if that was specifically his ideas, you know, all, but I think, you know, like he has some really great ideas, and I think it's something that, you know, we have somebody with a bit of experience. It'd be really great to utilize that. Thank you.
As an Albertan, Councillor Barclay hurt my feelings.
He shouldn't have, they haven't been orange for ages.
I know, for years and years. Another caution, right?
Councillor Holmes.
Well, I have another suggestion. We should just ban other province boats altogether to make sure we don't have the Deborah and Quagga mussels coming here.
Ooh.
Ooh.
We need those Albertan dollars.
Oh, they still come. They just have to rent their boats when they're here.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if there are no further questions regarding those two items, and I spoke to this earlier, and I just wanted to highlight it again, is that this slide shows council's overall commitment to asset management. over the years and where we're currently at. Again, we'll discuss this in much greater detail at the January 20th General Capital Budget meeting. However, the district, we are budgeting to transfer $1.82 million into reserves in 2021. The breakdown is on the screen. Fleet is $825,000, and as mentioned earlier in our discussion, that's our self-funding charge that we charge ourselves to ensure that we can continue to replace our fleet vehicles in a timely manner. Capital Works, $748,000. So we talked about Capital Works a little bit earlier when we spoke about the gravel lease and the royalties. So that $100,000 between those two amounts is a portion to that 748. The remainder of that number is built up of two additional items. One is the direct contributions over the years that council has specifically directed into these reserves. In 2018, council directed 1% of the tax rate increase to go into this works fund. In 2019, it was 2.5%, and last year in 2020, it was 0.88%. So over the years, council has been making cognizant contributions to ensure that future capital projects, there's enough money in the reserves to ensure that those projects move forward. The last component in regards to this line item is debt reductions are also rolled into here. So when general debt falls off the table or is refinanced, instead of removing that entirely from the expenditure side of the budget, it moves from the debt section into the reserve section. So any debt that is being just extinguished moves into a transfer into the reserves, so that the reserves continue to grow on an annual basis. So those three components make up the Capital Works fund transition. The landfill, we transfer $192,000, or we're budgeting to transfer $192,000 into the landfill reserve in 2021, and that is directly associated with the, what are they called now? It used to be MNBC, I think it's Recycle BC now, the payments that we get from them on an annual basis. So again, that goes into landfill to fund landfill projects. The fire department, we transfer $50,000 into the fire department reserve, and into climate action, about $7,700. That's part of that 0.001% of operations that council puts into that reserve on an annual basis. So again, much greater conversation around this next week, but to be cognizant, council does put away 1.8 into reserves. And listening to some of the conversations, as much as it pains me to say such a thing, if council was in a position where you really did not want to, you exhausted all other avenues and you wanted to take a hiatus on a year to lower potential tax rate increase, this may be one area that you might potentially look at is lowering your contribution for the last resort, I would think, from the finance officer's perspective. Any questions?
Yes, Councillor Barton.
So over the last few years, we've had lots of discussions about how much reserves we should have, that whole asset management plan, and what our future costs will be are pretty hard to project. And then after that, it's hard to project what the appropriate amount to save, whether it's appropriate that current taxpayers pay for something that's built in the future, or we're living off borrowed time, sort of thing. But in the fire reserve, we know that fire trucks, that one's a little easier to calculate. They cost like $1 $1 million. There's 3 or 4 of them. They have a specified life before we have to require. We are, you know, by insurance companies to replace them. That one's a little bit better known, and 50,000 seems a bit light. Is Glenn still there? Is he?
I can speak for that.
You know.
So that $50,000 contribution that is on the board, that is specific to the fire department, everything in the fire department, not including vehicles. Vehicles are covered through the district's equipment replacement reserve. So all of our wheeled vehicles are funded through that reserve. So all of our fire trucks, bush trucks, all of those types of things are financed through the equipment reserve, so the fleet reserve, sorry, and not the fire department reserve. The fire department reserve is for, last year we bought Jaws of Life, for instance, and it was funded through that reserve. So when they're looking at replacing their self-breathing apparatuses and those types of things, their hoses, all those capital things, those come from this reserve.
Okay, thank you.
So the general state, I guess we're coming close to the end of our presentation anyway. So the general state, current state. So to highlight the budget that is in front of council right now, there's a funding shortfall of $149,041. Now again, I highlight that does take into account the $429,265 of revenue that has been included in this budget specific to the landfill. So this number may change depending on what direction council wants to go. But right now, we have a shortfall of the $149,041. That, if council wanted to fully fund that through a tax rate increase, that would require a 1.65% tax rate. Other funding options, council can remove specific projects if you so wish. You can potentially fund a portion of additional projects through either accumulated surplus and then maybe, which would then lessen the tax rate impact. There's a couple different options. You could potentially look at reducing the amount that you're transferring into reserves for a year. We have different options that council could use, but as of right now, that's where we're at. And my slides are gone.
Sorry, Dave. There.
And I guess one other thing that I just wanted to, I guess, reaffirm or re-highlight on this slide is that when we're looking at a 1% tax rate increase in Summerland, we are looking at $91,895 of additional revenue to the district. So taking that into account. I'll just wait for the slides to come back.
Oh. Yeah, no, I think you should just keep going.
Keep going? Okay. So if you all have your, I guess, packages open, the next slide is just a summary of kind of taxation. I was able to gather this primarily off Castanet and in conversation and in conversation with some of my colleagues around the Okanagan. As you'll note, there's a lot of blanks on that chart because there's a lot of municipalities that are just beginning their process and have not publicly brought forward their budgets to their councils yet. And I felt it unfair to them and their councils to put something on a public meeting before their councils had any opportunity to look at it. What I do know of so far is that Penticton, for the most part, has set themselves at a 1.75% tax rate increase for 2021. Kelowna is looking at about a 4.04% increase. Lake Country 3.49%, West Kelowna 4.75%, and Vernon 2.13%. Some of these are preliminary. They're still having conversations with their councils, so these are subject to change. But I just wanted to kind of show council, and again it dovetails off of what our CAO mentioned earlier. When we look at the proposed increase that we're looking at here in Summerland, it is not outside the scope of what others are doing. Oh, my slide's back. So that's it there. Can we skip to the next one, Ken?
Sure.
Please.
This is up. So the right one? Nope. Okay.
The last slide in your package, council, tries to take into account and incorporate not only the proposed amendments to either fees or property tax rate increases in that we've kind of discussed today. It also takes into account some of the other increases that this council has put forward throughout the utility budget conversations and rate increases. What I've tried to do is all of these calculations, at least on the taxation side, are based on an assessed home of $591,790. That is based on the completed roll that BC Assessment just put out about 2 weeks ago. And in an interesting note, and I don't know why, I haven't got an answer to this question yet, but Summerland was the only municipality in the South Okanagan that actually saw a decrease in the average assessed home value. Ours was it's about a 0.81, depending on how you calculate it. The way I calculate it for our average home base is about 0.81% of the decrease. So we went from $596,600 in 2020 to down to about $591,790. So there is a small decrease in the average assessed property. With that being said, again, the 1.65% tax rate increase is effectively a $22 increase in property taxes over the prior year. The garbage rates, again, this assumes the $4.10 per month increase. So depending again where and how council wants to move forward with some of the proposals that were put forward on the slideshow today, this number could change and probably will change depending on your direction. But right now, with the 410, it's of course a $41 increase because that's effective March 1st, 2021. The water, the sewer, and the electrical rates, respectively, are a $40, $14, and a $54 increase. For a total net change, proposed net change of $171, which is $14.29 a month. Just a couple other things to note on this slide, in case there are other questions. And I think it's important to note is that the last four items on this slide, garbage rates, water rates, sewer rates, and electric rates, are all subject to the 10% discount. So although the net change itself is $171 for this typical home, if that amount is paid by the due date on a monthly basis, that would save $14.90 a year, which then lowers your overall increase from 171 to 156. And as council is aware, over the years we've had these conversations, the vast majority of residents in Summerland take advantage of that discount. So that is also What?
10% of 171 would be $17.
It's only the.
Oh, there's no 22 in there, sorry.
Yeah, there's. Yeah. And I guess the last item that I thought was interesting, I kind of went back over the last couple of years just to kind of see what the annual increases were on an annual basis. And when I looked at the increase from 2019 to 2020, so basically last year, the overall increase was $242. 77 of that was taxes, and 17 was garbage, and then the rest were the utilities. And then looking at 2018 to 2019, there was a $152 increase, overall increase. And again, taxes were quite similar at $74, and garbage was $0. So just looking at those comparatively, we, historically we've been averaging, 74, or at least the last 2 years, $74, $77 in increases in taxes, and we are proposing $22 this year, with the offset, of course, on the garbage side, as we are trying to bring that into a more of a cost recovery perspective. And I think, for the most part, that leaves me to the end of my presentation. Would love to have some conversations with council now in regards to maybe some of the areas, maybe where you feel comfortable with going with any or all garbage rate increases that were discussed, and I can bring the slides up, what your comfort levels are, and possibly move this conversation forward, or do we want to go into closed first, or I don't know what you want to do, Green. Mayor, Madam Mayor.
Council? Councilor Holmes.
Could I just ask a question before we talk about that?
Yes,
so generally speaking, I mean, I'm quite comfortable with 1.65% increase, but when you take into account, the contractual increases at 3% or whatever, plus the staff positions we're adding, and then you add all those up, and it's only 1.65%. How do we attribute that? Is it mainly the COVID funding that we're receiving from the government that's driving a potential increase down to that level? I mean, it doesn't make sense to me how we could have such a low tax increase when we have all these additional charges.
So the COVID money that's been allocated in the 2021 budget is very specific to individual projects and cleaning things. So that's not really part of it. A good portion of it is, of course, the non-market construction. So the $135,000 that has been built into this. So that's 1.2% tax rate increase. Additionally, when we look at our revenue projections, we're trying to tie in our revenue projections as tight as we can to historical actuals. So there's some increased revenue from that perspective as well. A big part of it is looking at, again, historical budgets, trying to come up with efficiencies. There were some projects that were kind of one-time projects in 2020 that are done. So they've fallen off the table completely. Again, they've been replaced by others. But all of those things kind of come into play when looking at that overall number and that deficit.
Councilor Batzel?
Yes, so with you, as you're tallying up 2020, identify additional things that can be covered under COVID. would that just, and the COVID funds are used that way, does that just increase our reserve accounts then?
Through the chair, yes. It wouldn't increase our reserve accounts per se. It would increase our unaccumulated surplus.
Unaccumulated surplus?
Unallocated.
Unallocated surplus, which is a type of reserve, I guess.
Correct. Yes. Which have no strings attached to them.
Yeah.
Other questions before I ask about closed? Councillor Van Alphen.
Is this the time we want to discuss my motion from the other night about waiving of business license fees?
Yeah, I guess. Makes sense
Yeah.
before I go and close, right?
It's definitely not a closed conversation.
That council waive the 2021 business license fees due to the impact of COVID.
Correct, and offset the loss with COVID money. The proposed $140,000 in collections.
So you're bringing the motion forward?
Yeah,
And
yes, please,
do we
Madam.
have a seconder? Councillor Barco, thank you. Yeah, so the big question is.
Well, we going to get with, I'm trying to remember the conversation this morning, where you're gonna, like, was this one of the ones you were gonna ask the province about?
So I did. I sent the email last night, and I have just checked my email. I haven't got a response yet.
I noticed Councillor Van Alphen pointed out that Sydney waived their fees. The precedence is there.
I also called Sydney to find out how they did it.
Yeah.
Got a voicemail. So
Cut staff.
I don't know how they did it. I'm not sure if they used COVID dollars or not. So I don't want to tell you that they did that, but somehow they did it.
Councillor Van Alphen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, part of my thinking on this last year, you know, we gave orchardists, homeowners, commercial and business owners breaks on water. There was a comment made at the last council meeting that if we waive business license fees, not every business has suffered. That's a really good point, but not every orchardist suffered, and not every homeowner suffered from, you know, to warrant reduced water rates. I know a lot of farmers that had a really good year, they didn't need a reduction in water rates, but we give it to one, we give it to all. And I think, you know, this year with COVID, you know, like I said, we've tried to help out where we can, and I think this is one area that, you know, if ever they needed help and a boost and rah, this is the year. And I think $140,000, if we can offset it with the COVID relief funding, which we seem to have used in other areas that are extremely similar, this would be the year I'd like to see it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Trainer and then Councillor Barco.
Another thing that we might want to consider, what Councillor Van Alphen suggested, is that given this year that people would pay the $175, but they wouldn't get a membership to the chamber, I think people are already questioning that. And I know that we were going to look at the rates and lower them or figure it out, but you know, maybe this year is an opportunity to kind of do two things at once, to kind of take a break from the fees, figure out what we're going to do plus COVID. And if we're allowed to use the money from COVID to cover that, then we kind of, you know, kind of like a break here. So that might make people happy as well, because like I said, they're going to be getting a bill for $175, and in their minds, they're getting less for what they're paying for this year. So I think it might be a good year to do that if we can.
I just have to Councillor Barco first and then back to you.
The discussion was about targeting those who could benefit the most, and it was basically conceded that it's very difficult to do. Certainly, this is a more targeted benefit than a general rate reduction to all homeowners for water rates. So I like it because it is one of the more targeted things that I can think of. And I also sort of think, well, you know, we're not paying the contract with the Chamber of Commerce is $110,000 this year. Previously, last year was like what, 225, 230,000. So we're saving 120,000 over 1% in taxes this year compared to last year. There should be some room there to be able to pass this benefit on in one way, and if we can get COVID to pay for it, that would be a bonus. And I think it's pretty easy to argue that this is a COVID-related relief fund. I mean, the provinces recognizes that not everybody suffered. They give everybody practically, or not practically, but 90% of the population $1,000.
Councillor Van Alphen.
Thank you. Just following along with the train of thought that Councillor Trainer had. And I appreciate that very much. I know we had that conversation to reduce the Chamber's contract by 50%. I believe at that time, and maybe I was misunderstood, that we were going to reduce business license fees by 50%. Then, last thing I've gotten on that is eventually we will look into seeing what other communities are charging. But I thought, first of all, we were going to reduce that rate to give the business community a break. And at this point, we haven't done that. But, you know, all in all, to eliminate that business license fee this year to me, is more on the COVID line than anything else. And I'd like to see us go forward with it.
Councillor Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, certainly when we were doing the chamber contract, we discussed reviewing. We passed a motion to review the business license fees, and I certainly at that time I think I brought that motion forward. I expected it would have been in place this year, so I was kind of surprised that when I found out that it wouldn't have been done in time for this year. As most of you know, I'm a registered tennis coach, and so I pay professional fees to our association, and Tennis Canada reduced their fees by a half, and I have to admit it worked. I wasn't going to renew my professional fees this year, thinking I'm not going to coach anymore. I didn't coach this year, so I paid those professional fees for nothing, and so I wasn't going to do it this year. But when they reduced it by half, I thought, oh well, I might as well, because it ended up being pretty cheap, and I think so. I think there's a lot of reason for reducing it. But completely eliminating for a year, I'm not so sure, because right now we have people who don't take out business license anyways, right? They carry on business. But if we reduce the fees by half, if they're half the price, we could use this as an incentive to these people to think, oh, well, maybe I should give it a try. Maybe I should legitimize myself the same way we try to legitimize non-conforming properties. That you use this. You can use these fees at a lower rate to get people in the door, and then become legitimate. So I certainly support, say, half the fee. I don't know what process, you know, if they've all gone out, and so what all this means administratively. But I guess people who have paid their fees could get a rebate, you know, presumably. Or have it carried over to next year or whatever. And what I've read about this COVID funding is what waiving the fees probably wouldn't be eligible, but I'll wait to hear what Dave hears back. But I was wondering if the revenue that we lose, the shortfall from a decrease in businesses licensed due to businesses going out of business and not being able to take a business license out, so we don't have that revenue which we would have received had those companies stayed in business. That might be an eligible thing under the COVID things. I think these are things worth looking at.
Okay, I have Councillor Trainer and then back to Councillor Reynolds.
I think the only thing with reducing it, a business license to be half price is that, I could be wrong, but I think the perception of Summerland businesses is that, at least this was mine for a long time when I moved here, is that half of my license went to the district and the other half went to the chamber. Like that's kind of how I saw it in my head because I got a membership and then I paid my fee. So I think if we reduce it by half, a lot of business owners will be like, well, that's, I mean, I don't get my membership for the chamber, so in their mind, maybe that makes sense. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm just saying it could be a public perception. So that's something to consider if we just decided to do it by half. Is that they might not see it as a big savings to them anyway. That's it.
Councillor Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, theoretically, we're supposed to reduce it by half. Right? Am I correct? With the waiving of the chamber contract?
Well,
no.
Where we're gonna review it.
We're just going to review.
You know, so if you take away half the contract, you know, you think 50% of the business license fees probably would have got waived regardless. You know, that's my only concern. That's what people, you know, the business community's gonna look at going, well, great, you took away half and I don't have it, you know, I'm not a chamber member anymore. So, I don't know, I'd rather do all than not half, personally.
Dave?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple facts, I guess, to start with, and a potential concern. So the facts so far is, so the district's business license process, we send out our invoices and our letters in November, middle of November. We do that, we've historically always done that to ensure that we get compliance by the January 31st deadline, which is when business licenses are due. Yes, there was some miscommunication in regards to the process, and putting an insert in with the flyers, and my understanding is Brad, our Director of Development Services, is working with the Chamber President to rectify that and get some language out to the community. With that being said, we issued 953 business licenses, our invoices anyway, in November. So to date, 394 have paid, which is 41.3%, or $60,500 of the 150,000 that was billed. So there are, you know, we're 41% collected. To speak to Councillor Holmes's comment, yes, administratively, we're going to have to figure out, depending on what decisions you make at this table, how we potentially get that money back to people if that is the route you're going to go. There is going to be additional costs on the district with either mailing or there'll be costs, and administratively it will take some time, but we'll make it work if that's where you want to go. My one concern, or my major concern, and it's unfortunate I haven't got a response back from the province yet, but my major concern in using COVID-19 funding to do this is the whole concept of assistance to business. The community charter doesn't allow that. And I'm hesitant or curious to use, I want a response from the province, because that is my biggest concern in using these funds is, as a district, we're not allowed to provide or be perceived to be providing assistance to businesses. And by writing off business license fees for an entire year, my perception would be that that is an assistance to business. So I'm really waiting to hear back. With that being said, you know, if this is something near and dear to council, and this you wants to do this, I might suggest that instead of using the COVID-19 funding, you potentially look at using maybe accumulated surplus dollars. And with the premise that if we're allowed to use COVID-19 funding, then that's of course what we would use, but as an alternative funding source, potentially accumulated surplus, because that assistance to business concept or question it's kind of nagging at me. And until I can hear back from the province, I don't know if it would actually qualify or not.
So I had those exact questions written down about how many people have already paid and how much is still due. And I also had, I think the due date is February the 1st, is it, for business license fees?
Yeah, I think the 30th is a Saturday or a Sunday, so yes, I think it's the first time there.
Okay, I just wanted to verify that. And then when you're talking about the community charter and maybe using the COVID funds and your hesitation on doing that, I'm wondering, not using the COVID funds, but maybe like you said, using some accumulated reserves or something, if, because the intention is to give, is not to favor one business over another, but to have it a blanket thing for all people that have business licenses with the district, if that potentially could be looked at in a different way. It's not, we're not favoring one business over another. I don't know.
Through the chair, yeah, that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around right now, Madam Mayor, is, and maybe our
legislatively, maybe COVID officer.
Madam Mayor, I think if the will of council is to move this forward, that staff could report back on the best method to make this happen. Potentially, Dave, is that an option?
I think, if I may speak, Madam Mayor, I think if the direction from council is that you want to either eliminate or reduce or whatever it is in regards to business licenses, that you provide that direction to staff. And if we're able and we get confirmation that we can use COVID-19 funding, then all the better. If not, then potentially have a backup as to, okay, well then we'll use accumulated surplus. It would be good to have that direction from council though, and as staff, we would then determine, once we get a response back from the ministry, we could then fill in which bucket it would potentially come out of.
Okay. Could I just ask you just 1 second? When you refer to the ministry, which ministry is that? Municipal Affairs? Is it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good. Councilor Van Elton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If this is the appropriate time, I'd like to put a motion on the floor then.
I think we
It's
already
on.
have one, but it wasn't just complete as what you're suggesting.
Amend the motion then,
Yeah, sure.
that we waive the 2021 business license fees in whole using COVID-19 relief funds, and if not, we look at accumulative reserves to achieve this goal. Surplus, thank you.
Could you,
And if I could
oh, sorry.
follow up with that, you know,
Actually, before that, let's hear it again, and then we need a second here, and then I'll go back to you.
So, that council waived the District of Summerland 2021 business license fees to reduce the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on our business community, and that staff investigate the use of COVID funds to be used to cover the reduction or accumulated surplus and report back to council.
Okay. Who's seconding? Councilor Cass, thank you. 1 second. Because we already had a motion on the floor though, do we look at this as an amended motion?
Yeah, the first motion was the one that was on the floor.
Yes.
And then the second was, and that COVID funds, that staff investigate the use of COVID funds.
So that's the amended portion?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll talk about the amended portion?
Sure.
And then we'll vote on that, and then we can vote on the
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just back to what our Director of Finance was saying, you know, like his dilemma of, you know, possibly assisting like business, and we in a roundabout way, we have supported one of the largest business sectors in our community by reducing irrigation rates. And we've offset that loss directly with COVID monies. So, you know, I understand your dilemma, but our biggest business sector that doesn't buy business licenses also benefited from COVID relief funds. So, you know, like I'm in the biggest dilemma as you are, but in one way we've already done it, and you know, so that's kind of like throw that out there.
I guess along those lines, the District of Summerland, another big employer in Summerland, is benefiting from the COVID relief. So any other discussion on the amendment? Councilor Barton?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the community charter and the way it says assistance to a business. Now, that makes you wonder when you're providing, are you providing assistance to a business or providing, if you were to take the interpretation that you can't do this because you're providing assistance to a business, you can never lower your business license fees, because any lowering the fees could be considered assistance to a business if reducing them to zero was to be considered assistance to a business. So really the only question is can we use COVID funds? And as Councillor Van Alpen has presented, using unallocated surplus, which we will have accumulated because of the use of COVID funds and other items, is pretty similar to using the COVID funds for this. So one way or the other, I think we're pretty covered. I would support waiving the fees, but I would also support if we just reduced it by half. This motion to pass.
Reduce it by half.
If this motion didn't pass.
Councilor Holmes?
Yeah, I guess just a couple points. I mean, I certainly understand the intention. I have, I think what I'd like to see is that we ask the chamber what's the best way we can help businesses get through this year. I think we in government tend to that are good intentions get ahead of ourselves and make decisions on behalf of people without actually getting their input on the people who are affected by it. But I don't imagine they would complain too much about if we went ahead with this. So basically, if we waive business licenses altogether, that essentially means we don't have any licensed businesses in this town. And what is the impact of having no, or maybe there's none, of not having any licensed businesses? That businesses aren't licensed at all. Does that have any
Does that matter? Or are you still licensed, you just paid zero?
Karen, please.
If I may, my thought would be that businesses still must have a license, and we can use enforcement against a business that's operating without a license. It's just the fee would not be part of obtaining the license. There would still need to be the application and the review and the issuance of a license.
So they would renew, but for the people that already had one, but there would be no fee associated with it.
Correct. That would be the way I would see that rolling out.
Dave?
I guess the only complication with that is that works fine and great for Summerland businesses, but we also have a lot of Summerland businesses that have mobile business. So there could potentially be some issues with that whole process. Well, just wanted to keep you aware that we do have that mobile business license component that we can't waive the fee for that. It's a multi-jurisdictional fee that we have to charge.
I'm not sure which of you three had their hands up first, but you're good?
Karen answered my question.
Okay. Councillor Carlson, and then Van Alphen, and then Barb.
So what I'm thinking here, I mean, these went out 2.5 months ago, almost half of them have been paid already. We're going into 2021 knowing that COVID is still here. Businesses are going to continue to be supported by the federal government, hopefully, if they qualify, but we also want to show some sort of support. The Cherry Association, which I'm a part of on the executive, we have rolled membership over and not collected membership fees for 2021 from all of the members. And in doing so, anyone that was a member in 2020 remained a member into 2021 without having to pay a fee. So I'm just thinking that instead of doing this for 2021, why not make it a proper plan, message it properly and say, and make sure that it's all legal and kosher, and then go ahead and not collect business fees in 2022. So we send out that letter in November or even earlier that explains the process we've gone through. We'll have figured out our conversation with the chamber, and then we don't have to send back. We reimburse people. We can continue to collect the licenses for this year and then look at 2022 under a different lens. That would just be another way to perhaps think about this.
Is a membership fee different from a professional license?
Yeah.
Like a business license is a professional license, right?
It would be totally different. But that's, I mean, it's just why I thought of it.
Councillor, let's see who did I have? Van Alphen and then Bartle.
Go ahead. No, I've forgotten what I was going to say now.
What do you think of it?
Councillor Patton,
No, he said he was good. Councillor Van Alphen, you had another question?
No,
Okay.
not this time.
Councillor Bartle.
yeah, it's just, I know what came into my head about Councillor Councillor Hunter speaking. One of the problems here is that there is a bit of urgency. You know, I'd rather, if we're going to do something, anything, the sooner the better, because the number of refunds we might have to issue is continuing to grow. We, you know, trying to figure out all the ins and outs of this. Are we meeting again next week? Can we defer to table this till next week and Director of Finance will have answers to all the questions that we have? Does that idea grab anybody?
If I may, the resolution does say that staff investigate the use of COVID relief or accumulated surplus and report back to council.
I'll report back.
Yeah. Yeah.
By next week.
I don't, if the motion passes, I believe that the reporting back to council will be whether or not we're gonna use COVID funding or accumulated surplus. And that will be it. It'll most likely be through an email, unless I'm told otherwise. But that would be the extent of the reporting back that I think is required, unless I'm wrong.
Unless we have a bylaw to amend, or we kind of have to look into the tools.
I don't think there'd be a bylaw amendment.
Councillor Van Elton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering, I'm just wondering through our Director of Finance. So the 40% that have paid, for those that want a refund, they can get a refund. For those that possibly, could you hold it for 2022? I'm just throwing it out. Maybe some of the businesses that, larger business may say, no, just hang on to the 175 and allocate it for 2022. Is that too much of an accounting nightmare?
Madam Mayor, if the decision of council was to refund, then from my perspective, to decrease the administrative burden on all of my staff, we would refund everyone. To try to track that, who got a refund, who didn't get a refund, it makes a lot more sense to just refund everybody and start the process over again in November.
If we just said, thank you for your payment, it'll be applied to the 2022 license. Oh, no, never. Yeah. No, that would have to go in line with what Councillor Carlson suggested. Councillor Barkle.
So just to be certain, the motion on the table right now is to waive the entire amount of the 21 fees and to report back to council on whether COVID funds can be used for this purpose.
Correct.
And once we know that, then we do budget adjustments.
Correct.
Really, the only budget adjustment is if this motion passes, what would happen is I would go into the budget basically right after we're done, put business license revenue to 0, and then put an amount in the reserve transfer line, not either accumulated surplus or COVID, depending on which of the two it is, and that's the only adjustment that we have.
Okay, further discussion? I'll call the question and all in favor. Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. I'm not sure what's, maybe, I'm not sure how it's going to work with the mobile licenses that you spoke about.
Madam Mayor?
Maybe it could be Summerland's portion of them, I don't know. Yes.
The motion does say the District of Summerland 2021 business license fees.
Okay, okay.
And mobile would be above and beyond.
Yes, correct.
Good, I guess I have a refund check on its way if all goes according to plan. Okay. So I'd like to take a break, even just to get up and move around break, and then we'll go into closed. Okay. So we'll have that resolution once we come back. So till 3:30.
Our recording.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My understanding of the path forward on the position associated with the landfill is that will not be a permanent position, as was originally put forward by administration through my whole presentation this morning. However, there is council willingness to pursue a temporary position up from 12 to 18 months to be determined by myself and to be hired as soon as possible, as soon as we are able to do so and being able to obviously focus their work on the getting compliance in the landfill and the other activities previously briefed to council earlier this day.
With the possibility of extension.
Right. Correct, yes, with the possibility of extension. Thank you for the reminder, Madam Mayor. At the end of the term, and likely through the term, they'll be reporting back to council on progress made associated with those priority items.
Sound good, council? Okay. Okay, so that's where we're at. We've been through the presentation that you had for us, right, Dave?
Correct.
So now we need to look at the staff recommendations. So this would be based on what exactly as what you presented to us, right? With Councillor Barlow.
Yeah, if I could, before we get started, staff presented some revised numbers here for the landfill, pages 19 and 20. So I wondered if council liked this revised total and how we would go and fit that into the budget, the other budget sheets for that. If we could talk about 19 and 20 and whether that's acceptable or not.
You want to go back? Oh, you got it, Dave?
Okay, I got it now.
Yeah, you got it. Okay.
Can you give me an idea what the heading is? Because our numbering for us on the iPad is a little bit different.
It's on the screen, Madam Mayor, as well.
Oh, sorry, I was looking in the attachment. Thank you.
Would council like me just to go through these really quickly, just to refresh your memories, or is it?
Really?
Okay, so the sewer sludge tipping fees, we won't touch on that. That's been discussed and approved by council already in the utility budget. Again, when we look at curbside collection, it's staff's belief that at least the garbage and the operations of the scale contractual increases should be covered off through increases to the curbside collection increase, as those are directly associated with the collection of the waste itself. So that would result in a 67-cent per month increase and would provide revenue of $26,367. There's the whitewood tipping fee that would generate $75,000. The general, the mixed, and the multifamily collection, 5% rate increases. Those would bring in $33,000. And then moving on, there was a green waste component at $25 a metric ton that would bring in $76,000. And to bring everything to the $429,000 that is required or currently built into the budget, we would require an additional $2.53 monthly curbside increase to cover off the rest.
Councilor Trainer.
David, I'm just wondering why you separated 2 and 6. They're like number 2 and number 6. Are those 2 different things, or are those?
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, two is very specific to the 2 contractual increases that we've seen. So in our garbage collection.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but would it be like the 253 plus 67 cents per month?
Correct. If council went ahead with what is being presented, yes.
So then on a person's bill, then it would be 3 something. 320, right?
Correct.
Okay, that was my question.
Councillor Holmes?
Yes, thank you. So if we wanted to, so if we're going to charge for Greenwood, and if we wanted in parallel to that, have a spring and fall yard waste pickup, the cost for doing that, we pretty much would have to then increase the curbside collection. We'd have to put that on that.
Yes, through the chair, to do a spring and a fall unlimited yard waste would cost the district approximately let's say $10,000.
10,000. So
Yeah.
it'd be another.
20 cents, I said we looked at this already.
All right, so another 20 cents or so on the curbside collection.
Per month, yes.
Yeah. I think I'd be in favor of that.
To the 340 then. Right, 340?
I guess it's something we can say that, sorry.
Thank you for putting your hand up, Councillor Van Elton, and then you, Councillor Barkle.
Thank you. You know, I appreciate where Councillor Holmes is coming from. What if, just throwing another curveball out there, what if we said, you know, we'd have one weekend in the spring, one weekend in the fall, where it was free to dump it at the landfill to bring your yard waste.
Can you imagine the land?
Yeah, but why not?
You back that down Bear Valley.
Yeah, I'll get 2 scales.
Need another scale to increase scale.
Councillor Barkle.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing as you. That isn't practical. And also, you know, we don't want people making all those individual trips up to the landfill and sitting there in line up. From an environmental point of view, that we pick this yard waste up at their yards with the one truck going from house to house is way better than all sorts of separate trips to the landfill. And we can also say that you know, well, your rates are going up, but we're also including this additional service. So help us with so if there's needs a separate motion at whatever time appropriate, I would make that motion.
So the 107, so let's see. Are we agreeing then? The only thing that is different is the increase in curbside collection and different from the staff recommendation is the additional curbside collection and the twice a year, the extra 20 cents, I guess, for twice a year green waste pickup, spring and fall. Is that right?
That's what it sounds like, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Pat.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm still kind of leaning towards, I know that we have the 500 kilogram that's free when you can go in. And if we're going to go with these tipping charges, and if we want for the first 500K, which is about 1,200 pounds, give or take, 2.2, 2.4, enter 2.2, yeah, around, say 1,000 pounds, give or take, right? If we had the tipping fees, and I realized what our CAO talked about was that somebody would use the landfill multiple times with the white wood. If that's how they run their business, that they figure that to waste a day going back and forth to the landfill, they're saving some money instead of paying $65 a ton, that's a business decision on their part, right? Not a good one, mind you. But I agree with the mixed demo. I think that's I agree with that. I agree with the multifamily stuff. I just think with the the white wood and the green wood, that we just have a 500 kilogram minimum that is free. Then we don't have to worry about the $10,000 for the spring and fall. And we operate very similar to how we do today. And we'll still be able to have some increase in revenue based on tonnage that on the fees.
So for example, for the white wood, it would be, if you were taking out 500 kilograms, you would be paying $32.50?
No, if you were doing, if you did 400, it would be free. If you did, if you did 500.1.01, then you would be paying the 65.
Oh, I see.
The rate would kick in at 500. And that is.
Half of a ton, sorry. Is that half of a ton then, instead of a metric? 500,
Yes.
Instead of 5, okay,
yes.
Thanks. Councilor.
Well, a couple of problems with that. I think that David would have to calculate for us what that would mean to our revenues. According to the plan we have now, it would change our revenues, which would then have to be made up somewhere. And I see problems with, now that we've got these higher rates, you come up with $4.99, it's free. Come up with 501, it's 30 some odd dollars. It just, you don't really know how much you have when you set out, even if you want to, if you're going to be under or over. So I think it'd be much simpler and easier to charge for everything. And the other question I have, if I could, to Director of Finance, the original proposal was for an increase of $4.10, wasn't it, for the curbside collection? So now we're at 3 something. What was what was cut? What was the? Obviously, we had to cut something from the expenses side.
Through the chair, it was just a reallocation of where the revenue was coming from. So originally, when we proposed the $4.10 increase, it was done. We didn't look at each of these individual components and try to carve them out. It was more of a, okay, you know what, we need $300,000 or $400,000 to make up this shortfall. If we charged it to curbside collection, we did the math and it came out to the $4.10. So now what we've done is we've now gone and looked at each revenue stream, again, based on the comments that this council had during October, whatever the October meeting was. And we've now tried to identify each revenue stream and tried to tie in the associated, either the associated contractual cost with it, or based on the tonnages that we collected in 2019, we've tried to then estimate what revenues, how revenues would look based on the fee structure you have in front of me. If I may, Madam Mayor, there'll be great, I feel that trying to do a calculation, as Councillor Patton was discussing about the whitewood, is going to be extremely difficult on putting a limit on it, because the data we have at the landfill doesn't differentiate if the whitewood came in at 500 kilograms or 399 kilograms. We have this is how much whitewood came in during the year, which was 150 divided by 65, and that's how we came up with that number. So to try and provide council with a projection on what whitewood tipping fees would look like with a $500 or a 500 kilogram minimum or whatever the number is, I can't give you that calculation because I don't know. We don't have that data.
Sure.
Just my math is not, I'm not, even with a calculator.
Since we're dealing with this deals with the full 429,265. If we were to reduce the marketing of $45,000 off of that, we could, and left everything exactly the same, then our monthly curbside collection increase, including the 61 cents, would then work out to be probably $2 and change, because we would be reducing by $45,000, right?
Yeah, in essence, you would, through the chair, in essence, you would be reducing that number 6.
Yes.
The 99,096 by that 45. So 40.
Almost 50%.
Almost 50%. So that 253 would go down roughly 50%. So $1.26.
Plus 61.
Plus the 61 on the other side. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And where would the 45,000 come from?
That was the education component.
Oh, yes. Councillor, or sorry,
Councillor
Graham too.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, just a quick question, Dave. Wasn't it 65,000, or am I remembering that wrong?
The budgeted amount is 65,000. However, the comment from council was we're anticipating potentially getting 2/3 of that funded through a grant. So our 1/3 share is 22.
22.
So we'd subtract the 65 from the 22, and the difference would be
okay.
The reduction.
My understanding was of the comment earlier was from Councillor Holmes, I believe, and maybe I've got it wrong, but I think the suggestion from Councillor Holmes was to budget our portion and then apply for the grant. Unless I interpreted your remarks wrong, Councillor Holmes, which would our portion, I think, would be that 22 then.
So I think that's what Councillor Patton was suggesting.
I was thinking the full, not even go forward with the grant, don't go forward with any of that education component this year, and just take that 65. I apologize, in my head I had 45, and take that right out of the table to drop our 249 down by that amount, or our 429. I get number block in my head now.
I do believe that grant application has been submitted, or is imminently going to be submitted. I know Candace was working on it. I know we have a resolution of council to move forward with it. The exact date, I don't know.
Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just to that point, I believe the grant has been submitted also. There could be wisdom in budgeting just our piece and not using it unless the grant monies come through, but at least then the budget's there for our piece, but it would still accomplish in large part what I believe Councillor Patton is identifying, which is the reduction on this side of things by not budgeting the other portion on the grant side. If that makes sense.
Any other question, I think?
Well, I would like to bring forward a resolution, but I don't have the numbers, and so I don't know if Dave would want to go back and do those numbers. But I would like to bring forward a resolution making the change of that we put 22,000 rather than 65,000 in for that education.
Could I just ask you to hesitate one second?
Yeah.
Councillor Barkle, did you have another question?
No, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
And then adding 2-yard waste pickups per year. And so I don't know what the base cart fee would be for all that. I don't know the math. So I can't really bring the resolution forward without knowing those numbers. But that's the resolution I'd like to bring forward if I have the numbers.
If council can bear with me for about a minute.
Okay.
I have a spreadsheet.
TikTok, are you including the other?
I really hope I don't screw this up.
Okay.
65.
So just 22,000 for their
That's-
education fees?
That's a third of the total of
Yes.
65, so
Yes.
that would be our share.
Yes.
Grant. And then if we don't get the grant, we can decide
We could try to,
what.
that, yeah. Councilor Van Alphen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know it was discussed earlier by Councilor Holmes, but so if we allocate the 22,000 and we don't get the grant, is there still an opportunity, you think, Councilor Holmes, that we could partner with 22,000 with the RDOS on a joint communication piece possibly?
I don't know what their plans are.
Okay.
I can find out.
I just thought I'd throw that out there for Councilor Trainer and yourself.
But I think it was said that they are applying for the same grant, we were told.
I believe so.
So, I mean, they don't know themselves until they get the grant.
Exactly. They may get it, maybe we won't, but
Maybe Oliver will get it.
yeah.
I think they were gonna
Ready
coordinate
to
what they could once they knew the results.
Thank you.
That's what I heard.
Okay, Dave's ready for us?
So, with those amendments, the 99,000 turns into 65,700, which equates to a monthly increase in the curbside collection of $1.68,
Total? Or plus the 67?
plus the 67 cents on number one in the previous slide. So in total, it would be 67 cents plus $1.60, $2.35.
And that includes the fall and spring?
Yes,
Okay.
Councilor Trent.
Thanks.
235?
$2.35.
So unless people have more questions, are they going to
May I ask one question?
Yes.
Dave, can you tell me, on the general refuge, we have a $6.50 minimum right now? Is that changing or is that increasing?
That would go up by that 25%, or the 5%.
The 5%, okay, thank you. Thanks.
I just want to make one comment, and I hope this isn't going to complicate matters, but this takes into account still charging for green waste. Just didn't want that to be lost.
You were worried that someone had a good strong arm and turned up the game? Wouldn't be me, but. Just a question, Karen. Does the resolution need to include the twice annually, biannually, whatever it is, green waste pickup, the extra?
I'm going to
Was that
defer
part of the
to
messaging?
finance. What do you need for your, right now, the resolution I have is that staff reduce the budget for education and marketing by 22,000, but I don't have the rest of it.
Madam Mayor, I feel that the resolution should include the addition of 2 yard waste pickups, annual pickups. Because in the budget package you have in front of you, they're not included. So if anyone ever came back to look at things, having the resolution and the direction of council to include that would be most beneficial.
So Dave, what would that
Okay, and then
resolution
what?
be?
Oh, sorry.
I apologize.
No, go ahead.
The resolution would probably read to include 2 annual unlimited yard waste curbside collection events for a total of for a total cost of $10,000.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Dave, I just wanted to know the $10,000 cost, just to be sure, where did you get that from? Like, so it's $5,000 each pickup? Just so in case there's, it turns out to be 6,000 or something, just want to make sure that that's the right amount.
Those numbers, through the chair, those numbers came directly from Waste Connections.
Okay, good.
And they basically provided us with a per resident, per event fee.
So that's 1 week that we would have in spring and fall.
It'd be
One
one event,
unlimited day.
one event, correct.
Okay,
So I guess 2 events.
great, okay.
Okay, Doug, Councillor Holmes?
Okay, and should I say in the motion to reduce, mention the reduction of the marketing, education marketing contract? Should that be in the motion?
That should as well.
Okay. So I don't know what order to put all this in, but I'll just give it staff. That staff be directed to prepare the 2021 general fund operations budget to include a property taxation revenue increase of 1.65%, which reflects an increase for operational recoveries. That staff be directed to prepare the 2021 general fund operation budget to include the following land fee adjustments, which reflect an increase for operational cost recoveries. Increased tipping fees charged to the sewer utility and for sludge removal by $117,000. Implement a $65 per ton tipping fee for whitewood. Implement a $25 per ton tipping fee for green waste. Increase the monthly base card program fee by $2.35.
Per month? Right?
Yeah, monthly base card.
Yes, it says.
Reduce the contracted services for education and marketing consultants from $65,000 to $22,000. And that staff be directed to introduce 2 unlimited yard waste curbside collections per year for a total cost of $10,000. And that staff be directed to present the proposed 2021 general fund operational budget at the February 10th, 2021 public open house.
Well done, Councillor Holmes.
Thank you.
Yay. Seconded by Councillor Van Alphen. Excellent. Any further discussion? I just have one question, and I think the answer is yes, but I want to make sure. So this, at the 1.65%, includes the transfers that you showed us to the reserves of 1 point whatever, and that's our asset management portion?
Yes, madam.
And what percentage is that, please?
Of the
Of the overall budget?
budget? That is. It's 10.89% out of there.
And then 10.89% of the overall budget. What percentage? No, I don't think I asked the right question.
No.
Never mind.
Okay.
You've answered the question that I asked. I just have to think how to ask the question so I get the answer I'm looking for.
Thank you, Member. So Dave, that 1.65% also includes the firefight, all the full-time positions and the part-time positions as was presented?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Carries unanimous. Thank you. 20 minutes early.
Yeah, so 20 minutes, what else will talk
Who else do we want to talk
The let's not ask Councillor Pat, because he tends to talk about everybody's.
You can talk about
That's right, especially on Zoom.
Mayor, can you close the meeting?
I thought you were talking directly to me on Zoom.
No, hell no.
Before we do any of that, let's adjourn the meeting, please. Councillor Patton, Councillor Hamilton, all in favor?